And another big bracket here at Series E. We're all for it. But let's not waste any further time. Let's kick off another night here of Series E, Guilty Gear Strive.
Here we go, Series E. We are back at with the finest Guilty Gear Strive that North America has to offer.
Anji, Adventure having the rhythm, playing the dance, showing the fans out, and more Bonzo gets countered!
Side switch! On the opening, just slow into the Super Razzo 3-0 Hotashi.
More, but doesn't care Fujin anyway. Gonna go in, here's the fall in. This time jumping above the fans, like I don't care about the plus frame.
Sophie's back in the corner off the 5K, 6K Red RC extension into the Super. This should seal it. Tempest built up, he's waiting for that right time to get that whip punch in. Even against the guard point situation into the Super. Bean is so smart, immediately fakes out the throw. Burst, they both want this round. UMISHO looking to run it in, and he's gonna be able to get the kill off of this. That burst works out for UMISHO. Trying to think any gaps. Oh my god. That number 2K. UMISHO.
Hello everybody, welcome to Series E action here presented by Esports Arena. My name is James Chen to help guide you, and of course I am also joined along with first time commentating for me here on Series E with the ever so amazing Jadelyn. How you doing?
I am great. I'm excited to be here with you, and this is our first time doing Guilty Gear commentary together, and I'm really excited about that. I think the only time we talked about Guilty Gear together was at EVO, and that was a very brief moment, so I'm excited to get to spend the entire evening breaking down this utterly ridiculous bracket with you.
Yeah, and just warning you now, just expect all the bad puns and all of the Potemkin downplaying, so yes! You know, that's the...
Excellent!
But, yeah, again, you talked about this bracket, right? I mean, again, this is what Series E is all about. Every single week, I feel like the bracket is just absolutely ridiculous, but that's why it allows to have so many players get this much practice. And, you know, I know some people have been getting on my case for saying, like, I think that the US might be one of the strong, like, has the potential to be the strongest region in Guilty Gear, but that's because I see these guys going out at every single week and how good they're playing. We've been seeing how well Tempest has been doing at all these tournaments. Unfortunately, we won't have Tempest today, but again, you can see right here, you heard Yeso talk about it, getting the sponsorships, trying to play for the points and such. So first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and seventh, getting those points to be guaranteed to maintain their sponsor for the next season. And then, of course, there's some money to be won, right, Jadelyn?
There's some money to be won. You can see right there at the bottom, there's a $500 prize pool with first place getting $300, second $150, and third place $50. And I mean, like, really, you might as well just use that and buy some snacks. We have some fantastic sponsors here, and you could buy all those good sponsor snacks with this. I think last time I was here, it was Mike and Ike week, and I wanted Mike and Ike so badly for like the next week.
I mean, look, SQ won first place and then second place. That's $450. Like, that's basically a PlayStation 5 at that point, right?
Right? That's true. So we've been talking about this bracket. Oh my God, is this one brutal? I think every single one of these players has been top 8 or top 4 or top 3 or has won something recently, but I'm just going to read this straight down from top to bottom because everything is utterly insane. We've got UMISHO, Lapriz, MFCR, Marvello, Bean, Romola, Pepperysplash, Hotashi, Nubenheimer, Yurikov, Nitro, demac, Razzo, Red Ditto, Adventure, and Stealthy. I have no idea who's going to win this.
Oh my God, this is going to be a crazy bracket, and again, this is the kind of thing that you can expect to see here on Series E week after week for Guilty Gear. So make sure you click that follow button. Make sure you keep and click that icon so you can get the notifications, and so you won't miss any of this action because this is amazing stuff. And I know you mentioned it here, and I'm doing this. I'm torturing you here with this over here.
Why would you do that? You're so mean! Don't do that. Oh, you have 2 bags!
Look what they sent me over here. So, I mean, I've got all this Mike. And again, like I said, it's sad that Tempest isn't here because I would be like, Mike and Ike Tempest. But, so now I'm just going to be eating these on stream all day. So if you hear, like, chewing noises, that's just me trying to torture you at this point. So
excellent. I also think it is it's interesting that in this bracket right now, Pepperysplash and Hotashi are going up against each other, and that's the two. I mean, those are like the two historied Guilty Gear players. I mean, they fought each other a ton during Exard, and now, like, to come into this and be fighting each other. And I mean, they've fought each other before, but I feel like that's a really interesting historical matchup.
Yeah, that was one of the ones that I was looking at that I was like, really?
Yeah, well, I mean, at least right now, like, UMISHO and Razzo aren't going to face off against each other.
Right. But again, you can't avoid that, right? Because like you said, every single one of these matches, you're just like, wow, I can't believe these guys have to go up against each other. I think Adventure just came off of a win at another weekly event as well. So
he did. I don't remember which one it was, but I know that he did win something recently.
Mm-hmm. And you know, it'll be interesting though, because the Pepperysplash Hotashi match is going to be interesting because Hotashi has also been playing a lot of Bridget recently.
Yeah, actually.
Mostly.
No, go ahead, finish.
No, I was about to say, and played mostly Bridget last week in Series E as well. So Hotashi's definitely trying to get stronger at that character right now, and you know, has allowed for some people to claim that Nubenheimer might be the stronger Nagoriyuki at this point in time. I may have said something like that. Hotashi may have called me out on that at one point, but you know.
Yeah, I don't. Actually, so Hotashi was playing in the PlayStation Invite series on Monday that Rinj and I were commentating together, and Hotashi did the entire run on Bridget, did spectacularly.
Nice.
That one, I actually want to pull up some of the information from that, because there were some characters that people were pulling out that I was not expecting at all.
Okay.
So UMISHO played May.
Yes.
UMISHO played Happy Chaos, to be expected. UMISHO played also... Oh, they played somebody else, and I'm trying to find who it was. No, it was just May and Happy Chaos, but then pulling that out, I feel like was really interesting to see, because the May was pretty successful. I mean, UMISHO also has that, the soul in the back pocket as well.
Yeah.
I think UMISHO also played... Oh, yeah, played Leo.
Oh, whoa, what? I mean, look, the way that I'm thinking about, the way that I was looking at a lot of the tournament over there. Oh, yeah, hold on a second. Let me do something really quick. Adjustment over here. But again, the Bean has defeated UMISHO a couple of times at tournaments over here. And you know, these players are all preparing themselves for Arc Revo. You know, Arc Revo Finals is coming up. And one of the people that is in the tournament is Tai, and from Japan. And Tai is a chip player. And, you know, UMISHO's like, well, if I've lost the Bean, I need to have a character to fight against Chip. And last week we saw UMISHO bust out the May against Bean. And I think, was it Bean or Marvello? It was one of those two. And I think it was Bean. And for sure, UMISHO won that one with some Wake Up Orcas. So
UMISHO's Wake Up Orcas are by far the rudest thing that I have seen in this video game. And it upsets me. And yet I love it. And that also further upsets me. It's like, I mean, love it, but I hate it.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, obviously Arc Revo coming up, so I've been like looking at all the players and everything like that. But yeah, you look at like Tai, who won the Arc Revo, you know, Japan. Tai uses Chip and shoot, why is my brain frying right now? Giovanna, right? You have Gobo coming in there. Gobo can play Zato or Gold Lewis. What's interesting is a lot of the US players going into this have been one character players, and I felt like that might actually be something that will come back maybe to bite them, because they don't have ways to counter bad matchups. But if UMISHO is picking up this May and maybe even perhaps a Leo, I mean, that's probably the sign that, you know, they're trying to make sure they can get multiple characters in there to cover those matchups as well.
Yeah, and I know, again, Tempest is not here tonight, but that's another person, you know, just secured that last spot in the Arc Revo Finals. They did have a May very early on in the first season, but now they've been sticking to that Leo very dedicatedly. So do they bring that out? Do they have that character variation? And I mean, and I think that's the advantage of having these weekly tournaments like we have here at Series E, where people get to try these different characters against players who are so good at these characters and who are so good at like just the game in general and have a good idea of the system mechanics and how to manipulate those to their advantage. And coming into this week, I mean, I keep looking at this bracket and I'm like, this cannot possibly be real. And it is. And that makes me so happy that we're going to be able to see all of these people fight today. Because I know Yeso said it as we went into it, but no idea who's going to win this. No, I don't even know who's going to make top 8. I'm going to be real. I have no idea who's going to make top 8. This is probably the most brutal bracket that I've seen. But we're starting UMISHO versus Lapriz. UMISHO on the Happy Chaos, Lapriz on Faust.
Interesting. Okay. But UMISHO, actually, she's choosing the standard pick for herself here. But yeah, Lapriz right here trying something a little bit different here. But here we go, stuck in the corner. I mean, this is the tried and true story here of fighting Happy Chaos. See if you can break your way out of this corner.
And so far, not a whole lot that Lapriz is able to do. You know, we've seen Fausts on the show before, and most notably with Apology Man a few weeks ago. Wanted so much out of that match from Apology Man, and unfortunately just wasn't able to get it. Lapriz finally getting something going on here with the Afro into the jump dust, which is great. And then the Scarecrow, really nice mix. UMISHO sitting at half health, trying to get things going on, but oh god, there are so many bombs and things are happening.
Yep, but now here we go. Look at this corner pressure here. And like you said, UMISHO really hasn't managed to get anything started. Things are going so well that Lapriz even grabbing his own trumpets over there because, you know, we all know Fausts hate that trumpet.
Right, exactly. Ooh, that was a very aggressive burst, but really necessary for UMISHO. UMISHO was also out of concentration in that moment, so I would say would have had to be careful, but it is still just into round 3. But you don't have burst coming into round 3, and that could be a game changer in this.
Yeah, absolutely. But it looks like we're having a good for UMISHO again this third round over here. These rounds have been very, very one-sided so far, which is interesting. We have not had the close round just yet. And look at this, getting frame trapped by the gun. Here we go, the super. Is this going to kill? Oh my god, I didn't think it was going to.
I didn't think it would either. I always say, just submit me to SayJam, submit all the clips, because like, good lord, that did a lot of damage. Really strong start for UMISHO here. And I mean, week after week after week, she just proves herself as such a strong opponent. Mm-hmm. And it's hard when you're playing a character like Faust who relies on unreliability. Mm-hmm. And you have to be able to adjust so quickly based on what's coming out. And I mean, you have some control, like if you have mix or things like that, or the Scarecrows, or that's a walk-up command grab. Who expected that? Not me.
Yeah, you can also just run up to people and throw them at the start of the round. You saw a little bit of that fuzzy from the Afro right there. UMISHO crouching a little bit too early because she was full, like half screen away. Didn't think she was going to get hit by that jump slash, but obviously still going to hit thanks to the Afro. Afro is gone, and Lapriz using that PRC to keep himself safe. And run-up throw apparently seems to be on the menu right now for this round.
Delicious. I love how you said Afro is gone, and then Afro was immediately replaced. It's such a good tool for Faust players, though. It allows so much of that damage over time when you get the JD in there. And stuck in the corner, the RC to continue the pressure as well. Oh, you slipped on your own banana, friend. This is a Looney Tunes cartoon.
Oh man, but yeah, I know I've said this a million times on stream, so apologies to everybody who's heard this from me, but honestly, the buff they gave to Faust with where if he has the Afro, then it becomes this, you know, guard-breaking bag head from the sky. One of my favorite buffs, like, in the game ever. One of my favorite changes in the game. It was just such a creative way to make it not a weakness for Faust to get his own Afro item.
Right. Oh, but this is just, that's such an UMISHO round. She's so precise and surgical. I know we've got the surgeon on here, but the surgeon is not the one doing the surgery. He seems to be the resident in this case. But the meteor's coming out. UMISHO doing such a good job blocking all of that.
Yeah, UMISHO's like, you're going to Scarecrow to the other side of me, and she was right. But, I mean, even then, Lepreeze did it at a timing that was really vague on which side it was going to be. But look at this. Lapriz again, like I said, these rounds have, like, there have been very few close rounds. They've almost always been like kind of one-sided. Lapriz here with a huge advantage here to try to tie this up 1-1.
I'm okay. Yeah, the tap dust was good. I was gonna say, UMISHO has a lot of resources on her side. She's getting those 1 bullets in there. Is she gonna go into the slump combo here? No, she's gonna go ahead and do, Deus Ex Machina. You're gonna get all your bullets back, get all your concentration, and have that positive tension bonus, which is great. Exactly what you want to do. What a mix-up! I was confused.
No,
I got hit. Nobody blocked that.
Yeah, you can't burst in that situation there. And man, I was just saying that everything was looking one-sided, and I meant for Lapriz, but again, how many of these comebacks have we seen from UMISHO?
I've stopped counting.
Yeah, basically. Oh man, UMISHO, and that's obviously the danger of Happy Chaos is you're never safe. You're never safe, and UMISHO can. This is how you play fighting games, especially a game like Strive, where perfects happen all the time because of the way that momentum rides in this game. There's no point in time where you can't feel like you could make the comeback. He's like, this is one of those comeback games.
I know it was. I feel like it was so frequently at the beginning of Strive's life when we were like, oh, you left XYZ alive, you're going to live to regret that. And then you do.
Yeah. Okay, but here we go. Again, another great start for Lapriz here to start this round. Gonna spend the meter for the super, get the hard knockdown, and here it is, the most painful super in the game.
Oh, I love that one, though. The way that they animated Happy Chaos's eyes was so good.
They always have a good time when they're animating stuff for Faust.
They do.
Like, you remember Exer, the super, where
yes.
he,
the IK.
And then the Eno's reaction.
Oh,
not to the IK, to the super that he, shoves the finger in a very.
Oh yes.
And like everybody looks freaked out except Eno, who smiles.
Oh, of course she does. Oh, I thought you were talking about the IK. The IK is fantastic too. Bring back IKs. Yeah. Anyway, that's my one thing I say for tonight. But Lepreeze, once again, really strong. Like you've been saying, James, incredibly one-sided during this matchup. The thing that UMISHO's been having a little bit of trouble with is landing the curse. And that is just integral to being able to land the reticle onto Lepreeze, even though the hitbox on Faust is quite large. So now we do have curse attached. And just like that ran out, these run-up 2K2Ds are crushing my soul.
Oh my goodness, the fadeaway right there, the shimmy from UMISHO, and here we go. Lapriz for previous round, UMISHO this round. It's still going in this back and forth pattern over here. It's just Lapriz hasn't been able to close it out enough just to take a game.
No, clearly, not yet.
Oof. Oh, you tried to run up and throw again, but this time UMISHO calls it out.
That's good, though, for UMISHO, because, you can't get away from that for free. You can't run up that many times and be like, nope, you're just gonna eat this damage. I'm not really sure what the push was, but, I mean, it's just pressure at this point, and it's mental pressure, and Lapriz is having a hard time figuring out where that they can get in, especially because the items haven't been super great this last round or two. But that time close enough, got the command grab, gonna be able to do ye old JD and into the mix, which has been really nice. Oh. What a BRC!
Backdash, but UMISHO was absolutely certain Lapriz was gonna burst right there, right away. The UMISHO was trying to bait that out, didn't get it, and as a result, drops her own combo on purpose, but that gives Lapriz the opportunity to, get on the board here. It's 2-1.
Ah! Don't start my day with a 3-0. Fantastic. Give me the Guilty Gear. This is all I need in life. I mean, what am I doing on a Thursday? Watching Guilty Gear. Give me more Guilty Gear. That's all I need. But good for Lapriz. I said it earlier, like, the items were not in their favor. And you had said, the trumpet was even out. And Lapriz was like, give me the trumpet, please. I need the kindergartners. Give me something. And finally was able to keep that momentum going. I like the way that they manipulated that sort of footsie space and were able to be a little bit more ambiguous in their movements and get those command grabs in places that weren't as expected.
Yeah. And so here we go, starting off here. Lapriz has had some good round starts, but oof, again, this back and forth. UMISHO right away gets the first hit, and then even gets the burst out of Lapriz as well. So early burst, obviously, you're hoping that means if it goes 3 rounds, you'll have access to a lot more burst, but UMISHO gets the concentration up, gets the shots through the wall. It's going to have full bullets, full concentration meter, and the She-Hulk perfume on there. Oh, what the heck was the stare down? That was the Reservoir Dogs right there.
Yeah, that was... stare downs are the most horrifying things in fighting games, and I will stand by that until I am a dead person, sort of like Lapriz is. With a perfect. Ow.
Yeah, so UMISHO now, 1 round away, but the way that all this has been going, this will probably be Lapriz's round in dominating fashion, and then UMISHO will come back. Look at this, it's happening. I told you, they're following the script here.
Yeah, they certainly are, but goodness, the way that UMISHO is able to pump out so much damage so quickly. Oh yeah, had to burst, that was gonna be a ton of damage. Jumped over the curse, but the challenge with the air grab, but the bomb caught UMISHO. UMISHO still has bursts. Are you going to use it?
Here comes the Afro now. We gotta be wary about these fuzzies over here. What the heck was that? Dude, Lapriz just ran up to UMISHO's face, and then just did Scarecrow. And I'm not sure exactly what, I think the Afro blew up and actually crossed up UMISHO off of that Scarecrow teleport.
Yeah, that was really ambiguous, and especially because there was a mix thrown in like right after the Scarecrow too. I mean, we were all mix. Okay, there's the joke. There we go.
Lapriz is breaking the pattern here. Oh my goodness, this is actually gonna hurt pretty badly. But is this gonna kill? Can this kill? No.
No. There's so much scaling. I think he started with too many light buttons.
Yeah. But again, look at this. But again, we saw UMISHO make the comeback, and this is all she needs here. Corner carry, got to deal with this mix. I love the YRC to gain the pressure back, to gain the offense. And now full screen with the She-Hulk perfume going right now.
Yeah, and was able to pick up that little bit of a health boost from the donut on the floor. Oh my gosh, it does not matter where you are on screen. You cannot outrun a gun, my friend.
At first, I was like, why would UMISHO let Lapriz bounce off the wall? But that's why, because UMISHO says, you know what? Your air dash is so slow. I'm not worried about it. You're going to be swimming through the air. I'm just going to snipe you from the sky. It's just like you see Faust get stuck to the wall, and UMISHO's like, pull! And then all of a sudden, you know, Faust leaves the wall, and UMISHO's got the sights right there. Able to take it 3-1, so it almost looked like Lapriz was gonna tie it up 2-2. Not gonna happen. UMISHO moves on.
What's interesting to me is because we see so much Apology Man playing Faust. We do not see a lot of Apology Man's Faust doing the super that Lapriz's was doing.
Yeah.
And that, like, when Apology Man statistically or traditionally has that much tension, they go ahead and do the items instead, and which just throws everything out. You know, you never know what you're gonna get. It's the point of the character, but I liked the consistency that Lapriz was able to use that particular overdrive, especially against a character like UMISHO. It did a significant amount of damage and really was a very different beast to have to play against. And that's the fun thing about playing at this level, is that you're seeing people who play similar characters, but they play them so differently. And when we get to Aaron demac, I will sing the praises of Aaron demac when we get there. But we're gonna go to Bean and Romola. So chip into Testament.
Yeah, and Chono Nomo in the chat, if you actually have the ability to buff Potemkin, please do. I would appreciate it very, very much. But here comes Bean with a strong start, and again, I mean, I'm just such a Bean fan. I'm always cheering for this guy, top 8 at Evo, you know, just always, I love watching his chips so much, but also at the same time, though, Testament is not a character you see a lot, and Romola is one of the big Testament believers, so at the same time, I want to see Romola do well also. So again, this is another one of those matchups where, like, can everybody win, please?
I know. Can we just have, like, the happy Rainbow Cloud championship where everybody's a winner? That's what we'll do our own series, and we'll have him beat the Rainbow Happy Cloud Cotton Candy Championship. But right now, there's no rainbow, there's no happiness. There's a scythe made out of blood and demons, and a guy with an otter.
There was a succubus over there. It made a heart. There's some love in here, right? There's some love and joy. It might not be genuine, but you know.
Oh, no. Oh, you're right. Oh my goodness, Romola has not had an opportunity to play the game at all. But we get Dota Mazeki twice in a game, and that always makes me happy.
And there you go. So Bean taking that game number 1. And again, like I said, Bean just absolutely, I mean, obviously, it's really Bean and Marvello when it comes to chip play over here in North America. And I love watching both of them play because Chip was one of those characters that was pretty strong, and then they got nerfed, and everybody's like, Chip is done. But then you had Marvello and Bean really stick with the character, and I love that. I love it when the players, the loyalists, stick with the character and prove everybody wrong. Like, no, this character is still clearly very good.
And if this plays out in a very specific way, we could have Bean and Marvello face off against each other, and that would just make my night. But we'll have to get several rounds down the bracket for that. But right now, Bean has that stain state on them, so they're going to have a little bit more tracking for a bit. Yeah, it does burst. That was a very aggressive attack after that burst, though, which I like because the aggression is one of Chip's main selling points.
Yeah. But I love the way that Romola's been able to control that space. But as I say that, Bean just got in there and tries to go for the wake up super. I mean, that kind of gives you the mindset of Romola and Testament players when Chip gets in. It's just like, I hate this. I hate life. Let me just try to get out of this with the super. Unfortunately, did not work. Bean was able to bait it. And now Bean is 1 round away from taking it 2-0, going up 2-0, I should say.
So hate life. I was like, oh, so you've seen me play against these characters. I see. Really strong
are you a Testament
start.
player? Are you a Testament player, Jalen?
No, I'm a Biken player.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Oh, but look at this.
Nice.
Okay. Finishes it with the Eggs the Beast.
That was a really nice round from Romola, really showing the strengths of that character. But Bean, like you said, really had this outstanding performance during their EVO run and has continued to impress, especially their confirms are so clean, their routing is so precise, and you just see that and you can't help but respect it.
Yeah, and remember, Bean was the player that did eliminate UMISHO from Frosty Faustings. And,
right.
Again, we were talking about this. Oh, wait, hang on a second. Romola should be able to kill him. Oh, no, wait, no, never mind. I was looking at the wrong health. I was looking at the wrong health.
I thought the same thing.
Okay, but still a ton of damage, and now actually will be able to get the kill. Okay, wasn't from the combo. Getting in there with the slash. Yeah.
But yeah, now 1-1. We like it.
Yeah, but like I was saying, Bean, was the one that was able to eliminate UMISHO from Frosties. And, I don't want to call that like a bad performance for UMISHO because, you got to let everybody have that tournament every once in a while. But again, that was the second time Bean had beaten UMISHO. I think what first time was at a Series E, and then it was at an offline Frosty Fausting. So I think that's why UMISHO has added that May to her game.
I guess. I mean, I like that there was something that pushed UMISHO to make changes because I think that makes you better at the game in general. Bean, however, did not like that they just went down against Romola and is coming back with a very angry vengeance. And unfortunately, Romola is so calm and collected and is so cool with the way that she plays and really nice PRC to get out of trouble. And the teleport too, such sneaky aggression.
Oh, but then you talk to anybody who hates Chip, and what are they going to talk about? That jumpy. Get hit by that jumpy. You get hit by a counter hit on that thing, and then Chip suddenly has like 19 years to finish the combo, and yeah, it's such a great button to have.
Oh yeah, it's so good. And now with the changes that Chip has to the horizontal alpha blades as well, that came with the patch in December, it's just like, I think all the Chip players were like, yay, rejoice, one of my best buttons is better.
And yeah, here we go, the mix. And, you know, the weakness of Testament and so many characters in this game, not a lot of great ways to get out of pressure. But look at this. The Exit Beast right now causing trouble. What a PRC. What a beautiful reaction from Romola. Yeah, normally you can't burst, obviously, when someone activates a super, but that's only if you're already in hit stun. And obviously Romola was still in neutral, so easy escape for her.
That was so smart. The awareness that Romola has. Now, I know we were talking about historical context from other Guilty Gears, like with Pepperysplash and Hotashi. But you have to remember, Romola has been playing Guilty Gear for a very, very, very long time and is incredibly aware of the system mechanics, not just from this game, but from a long line of Guilty Gears. And you can see the way she plays is just detrimental.
Yeah, again, just a beautiful, again, another PRC to save herself in that situation. As soon as you saw that air dash from Chip, PRC into 6P, got the counter, and Romola is up 2-1 now over Bean. And, you know, and spending some time talking about how excited and how, you know, how much of a fan of Beans I am and how strong Bean has been. But Romola's like, look, this is Series E, okay? No easy matches. Everybody can go down. I'm going to take down Bean right now.
That is the thing, is that this Series E is just, that's with every Series E, it's wild. You never know what's going to happen. And it can go any which way. The RC from Bean, but the kick did not connect, and that could have been a big combo, and unfortunately, it isn't. And then Romola, that gives Romola the opportunity. Oh my god, that counter hit, though.
Yeah, Bean, again, one of Bean's most powerful skills is just the ability for him to find the whiffs and sneak in and even get some punishes as well. But I've described Bean's style as like a yo-yo so much, you know, he just attacks and then he'll back off and then attack and then back off. But, you know, I think that lack of over-aggression is what makes Bean such a strong chip player.
I agree, and especially because you expect that aggression out of a chip, but really great confirms they're from Romola. Romola understands the spacing of Testament so excellently. The throw into the RC, I was like, if you're not going to get the death off of the wall splat, the wall is certainly going to help you. And now, Romola one away from moving on in the bracket.
Yeah, we saw Romola there with the anti-air canceled into the teleport. I had forgotten the succubus was even there, and it literally teleported Testament right there for that killing throw sequence there. So again, beautiful awareness by Romola. She can take it right here with just one hit, and you see the range of Testament coming into play. Stay!
Yeah. Oh boy. Oh gosh. Right, nice. Oh, no, it wasn't nice. I like the idea from Bean with the RC, but Romola saved that burst exactly for that point. The succubi are there. What's gonna happen? Oh my god, you're just, ping pong ball. Such an excellent job from Romola.
You know, I mean, with modern fighting games, we have been losing the art of zoning a lot. We have just been losing a lot of the zoning characters that used to plague us in the day. But Romola there played an excellent job with the zoning Testament and how she was able to control that space and just prevent Bean from getting in. I mean, it was some beautiful classic zoning stuff right there. And, you know, look, as a Zanny player, I hate zoning, but as a fighting game fan, it is definitely beautiful to see again every so often because zoning is an art form in and of itself.
It is, and it's so nice to be able, like you said, to be able to see that, especially in the hands of a player like Romola who has so much knowledge and history and ability within this franchise. I mean, I'm sure others as well, but I know Romola is a Guilty Gear player and have enjoyed watching them play for a very, very long time. So to see them finding success with a character that we don't see very often is a treat.
Yeah, and speaking of a treat here, actually, I think I don't know if this was going to be lined up next. I mean, I'm just looking at the brackets over here. Of course, exclamation mark bracket in the chat. But Pepperysplash and Hotashi, you know, that's a match I definitely want to see. Hopefully, they get that one on stream. But
I believe yes, we are. That's next on stream.
Oh, it is next on stream.
I checked the channel.
Oh dang. Okay. Perfect. Because yeah, that's definitely one of the ones that I want to see. And then obviously, of course, we do have MFCR and Marvello, Nubenheimer, and Yurikov. But you had brought up the fact that Aaron demac, also a happy chaos player here in Series E, going up against Nitro, and Aaron, had an amazing run at Frosty Faustins, getting top 8. So. The Happy Chaos Army is slowly building up.
Yeah, but I talk about Aaron demac a lot, and I wish I'd gotten the opportunity to talk to them while we were at Frosty, because I just keep saying, I'm such an Aaron demac fan. I think Aaron demac has the most different Happy Chaos in the U.S. right now, in North America, really. I think that's a fair claim to make, because they play this, CQC style Happy Chaos that is just so willing to be in your face and use these tack rolls and the clones and things like that. And it's just such a different style than the way that UMISHO sort of established as one of the main styles. And Romola, too, to be fair, when Romola was playing that character.
Yes.
And so, we are going to get Hotashi Pepperysplash. Hotashi's going to be on the Bridget. Like I said, Monday, Bridget was cooking.
Okay, I can't wait to see this.
It was so
good. Yeah, and again, Bridget is. Look, I'm doing it again. I told you this was going to happen, but in my sad Potemkin maining life right now, I had considered if I switch another character to another character, Bridget is definitely high on the list of characters that I want to play. So it's always fun watching Hotashi and players like Diaphone, start cooking with the character.
But Diaphone, we know, is another Series E regular, very precise, very patient. Hotashi, I don't know if they know what the word patience is, because they just go. And but look at how effective it is on a character like Bridget. Bridget, who needs to have all these extra hits in compared to characters like Zato, and they're just cleaning it up. They cooked you the whole meal, and they'll clean up for you, too.
Yeah, and using the yo-yo to pull you out of the corner to get the cross-up teddy bear air attack right there was really, really sick. And I see from Sushi Sparkle in the chat saying that, Hotashi's been grinding Bridget 9 days straight for 8 hours every day. So, again, Hotashi used Bridget last week in Series E, and I believe Hotashi went 0-2. But again, it's not something that you look at and be like, nah, man, your Bridget's not cutting it. It's one of those things that you look at and you're like, there's a reason why you're doing that, because you mentioned it earlier. You want to play against players like this with your character that you're trying to learn. And I'm sure he was learning the whole time, because look at this. Game number 1 to Hotashi in extremely dominant fashion.
Yeah, and I think it needs to be said, you said last week, Hotashi on the Bridget 0-2 in Series E. Can we talk about the progress that Hotashi just made in a week on that character? Right. That is incredible. The growth is so tangible. And again, that's why I love things like Series E, where you can see week to week to week the changes, the growth, those micro changes that affect the big offline tournaments. And you see it here first, and you get to have that knowledge.
Yep. And Pepperysplash, though, starting off here saying, you know what, I'm not going to give Hotashi any more chances to show off this Bridget. It's Pepperysplash time. And, we talked about their history with Exert, and Pepperysplash at this point in time, I think, is considered largely by a lot of the Exert players as maybe the strongest Exert player. But you just watch that Venom use, and it's just, I watch Pepperysplash play Venom, and I cry for my opponents, because it is just, it's so oppressive.
It's so scary. Not to discount Hotashi's Elf either, but holy moly, these two. Sometimes Pepperysplash is just like, today I will win this round, and then just does. In this kind of fashion, they get all of these fantastic corner combos, they carry you from wall to wall, and then they don't let you do anything. They get these one touch into super, and suddenly you're just questioning your life decisions.
There's so much damage, and one of the nice things about using Bridget is you do have a DP, right? You can break out of these situations. A lot of characters have to hold everything that Zato's doing, except the one time Hotashi tried to DP, Pepperysplash read it, blocked it, and did so much damage. And so now Hotashi has to be like, should I just be stubborn with it and keep trying to DP, or should I count on the fact that Pepperysplash is doing a good job looking out for it and trying to bait it out?
Yeah, that is a good question. Hotashi used that DP a lot and to very good effect on Monday, but in a round against UMISHO, this was the losers finals actually, UMISHO started reading it pretty consistently. So it was one of those things where I think he had to learn that he had to be more careful. I'm so surprised Pepperysplash did not rip Hotashi open for that burst.
Right. And it was such a good fortunate burst too, because as the burst happened, it actually put Pepperysplash into the corner from the momentum that Pepperysplash was moving forward with. And so Hotashi got out of the corner, actually got some decent damage, but now has to hold this pressure over here. And actually, Pepperysplash is going to reset that Eddie meter with the sword. And you can see how scary this is. Oh, the empty low. And the slump going to just keep the pressure going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm liking seeing more players using these slump combos and things like that so that they're utilizing the corner pressure. We saw it a lot with Eno at the beginning of the game's lifespan. And then, of course, Happy Chaos really popularized it once he came into the game. But we're seeing more characters utilize that as a pressure point rather than breaking the wall and taking that tension advantage. And again, that reversal punished to bits and pieces.
Because the nice thing about that reversal, too, is there's so many hits. So it has the ability to kill Eddie and then also hit Zato. But the fact that Pepperysplash, see, remember when I said Hotashi has to wonder, should I just show that I'm stubborn and keep DPing? There it was right there, back-to-back DPs from Hotashi saying, I got to show Pepperysplash that I'm not going to be discouraged from doing this option. But I think Pepperysplash knew about that stubbornness from Hotashi and anticipated the 2 DPs in a row.
That is definitely long historical player knowledge. Like, that's what they're going to do. And, with, like you said, with Bridget's ability to have that DP, it does put something on the table that Pepperysplash may not expect, but I feel like Hotashi's using it in a way that is predictable, but a nice regular throw out of Hotashi to put Peppery into the corner now. Ooh, I'm curious. Yeah, using Eddie to sort of deflect some of the yo-yo options. PRC into the overhead, but nothing else afterwards.
Yeah, it was a late PRC there. Did manage to bait the throw out of Pepperysplash, but Pepperysplash now fought out. No, never mind. I was about to say fought out of the corner, but nice snipe right there from Hotashi. Here we go. The corner position keeps the pressure, but a back throw. This is huge. This could actually just be the end of it right here. Oh, is this going to kill? Is this going to...
Yes. Ugh. Why does it kill?
Throw.
I don't know. That's one of those things where I'm like, this is Daisuke's vision. That's just what it is.
What the? You said a caster tournament? No, Kurichev. You do not want to see my Potemkin. You don't want to see me, because all I'm just going to end up doing is raging, okay? I'm just going to get mad.
No. Hey, we did have the Commentators Cup that one time. I went to Commentators Cup again. That was really fun.
Yeah. I mean, I got, since we were, quote, running it,
That's true.
We didn't have to play. So, I didn't have to, I didn't have to embarrass myself with my Potemkin. Oh, man. But here we go. Hotashi trying to stay alive. It is a match point for Pepperysplash. It was double match point, but Hotashi taking that round. And here we go. Big counter hit now. So this is a good opportunity for Hotashi to try to put Pepperysplash into the corner there, using the yo-yo just for movement purposes. Oh, but Pepperysplash sneaking in there with that 2K, 2D.
This is, oh my god, Pepperysplash, just so many good decisions, so many smart decisions, and god, that red bar is way too long. Like, you just look at it and you wonder where you went wrong. Well, that YRC, I understand it, but it was not the place. That's the ye old RC.
Yeah. And again, you're sitting there looking at this. You're like, okay, Hotashi goes down. I know here on Series Z, we don't stream, most of the losers bracket matches. Otherwise, we would be here for 17 hours. But,
This is true.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Hotashi start making a massive run through that losers bracket and blowing up a bunch of people. And we may see Hotashi again towards the end of that losers bracket.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you cannot count Hotashi out. I love this chaser in the chat. I wish I was a top level player. Then I realized I don't want to deal with Peppery Zato for a living. This is very true. That is why I am over here.
Just wanted to mention to production, they listed Bean as having defeated Romola. I mean, let me see if there's a reason for that over here. But for sure, Romola did beat Bean 3-1, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was 3-1. Okay, they're working on it.
Okay,
but also, as an update, Nubenheimer and Yurikov played off stream. Nubenheimer did take that 3-0. The next one we're going to get is Nitro versus Aaron demac. So Nitro, I know that I already got to sing my praises of Aaron demac. Nitro, though, had an incredible run the last time I was here on Series E, which was on the 16th, playing Jacko. Got all the way up into top 5 with that.
Yeah, it's nice to see. I mean, because obviously Adventure was like for a long time the premier Jacko, but you know it's good to see Nitro coming in here. There was also another Jacko player at Frosty's. I can't remember who that was, but again, another one of those characters that very difficult to play and does require a lot of practice. You don't see a lot of Jackos, but at the same time, that's kind of the strength of your character as well, because if you need to practice against a good Jacko, how many people can you find that can play this character, you know?
That's such a good point. How many people can you find who can play the character effectively and well and at the level that you need to practice against? At Series E, we have 2 of them.
Yeah, but
Thank
you
God.
know what? Aaron demac's got that Happy Chaos. If Happy Chaos starts getting his offense going, Happy Chaos doesn't care who you are. Doesn't matter what character you are. This mix-up is just going to be brutal, as you can see right here. And yet, keeping the corner. Oh, a back throw for Nitro. This is huge.
Oh, wow, that burst, though. That burst saved Aaron demac's life. Oh, my God, they are wild. Nitro with that air throw, too. Such a challenge. And then the Servant comes out and takes it. Nitro is out of their mind, and I like it.
I can't believe that OTG from Nitro didn't kill, and then Nitro had to get one more hit, and Nitro's probably like, gotta get one more hit on Happy Chaos. Really? But did manage to get it, so round 1 to Nitro.
And I do want to point out, like, the biggest difference that I'm noticing, and I will point it out because I was talking about Aaron demac's Happy Chaos, is that when they get an opening, they often do not use the gun. They go straight for 2K2D right in your face. Every time. Or go for a low button. Oh, we do have all the servants, and they have that little buff for about 8 seconds. The double dust.
Yeah. I mean, look, as strong as Happy Chaos is, it's true that Happy Chaos does not have very good defensive options, right? So it really that is what makes players like UMISHO and Aaron demac so impressive, because they get put into those pressure situations and they tend to survive them more than most players that you see out there. And so that, you know, again, a lot of people are like, oh, Happy Chaos is broken, obviously carrying the characters. And it's not, you know, yes, at the highest level, Happy Chaos is probably the strongest character in the game right now, but still, the ability to survive the offense of some of these characters is just super impressive, and you have to make sure you give the players using the Happy Chaos, you know, the credit for that.
Definitely. And this is one of those times, though, that you see Happy Chaos and you're like, oh yeah, you hurt real bad. and Nitro is certainly having to deal with that, and unfortunately, with the way that Jacko's toolkit was created, it's a little difficult for her to come back. That grab and the switch into the corner was a really good start, but unfortunately, Aaron demac was ready for it, able to put it back in the corner, even had the PRC on the backside of it to keep going in case it didn't kill.
Yeah, and you know, Snagmonger here in the chat, you know, is correct too. You know, this is a matchup that Adventure just absolutely hates. I mean, Adventure just believes that Jacko can't do anything to Happy Chaos. So, you know, Nitro taking game number 1 is very impressive right now. But again, Aaron demac now coming back. Oh, God, this is the Chun-Li hop right there, and is going to be able to take Nitro through the wall and win game number 2 with a perfect.
It pains me. It pains my soul. So, I mean, so if it's a 9-1 matchup, was that first game the one? And that's all we got?
Might have been.
I don't know my statistics particularly well, but I can do that math. That's an easy math.
Yeah, I think Aaron DeMac's like, you've got your one.
Everybody gets one.
Yeah, you're the one dentist who doesn't like this particular toothpaste, okay? And that's it now. So
9 out of 10 doctors agree that you are now dead thanks to the Happy Chaos treatment. Oh my goodness. Again, early bursts. And I do agree, somebody said it in chat that, you know, as soon as Happy Chaos gets hit, that's why they burst, because they are made of paper. And we are seeing that here too. Aaron DeMac playing at a much farther range than I'm used to seeing him, but as soon as Nitro jumped in over that clone, he was ready. He got it with the knee. We've already gotten the wall break. He's got plenty of resources to work with. And I mean, bullets I never really worry about for Aaron, just because he doesn't use them as much.
Yeah, I mean, there you see right there, used one, went to 0, immediately reloaded, and then shot with the final bullet right there. So again, that's another thing too. I mean, I talked about it with Jacko, but honestly, the same thing could be said about Happy Chaos. Where do you find the Happy Chaos players to get this kind of practice? Because this is a character that has to deal with like 3-4 meters and think about making sure to get that focus, you know, the what I call the She-Hulk fume on you as much as possible. There's just so much multitasking that this character has to do that it's amazing. I'm always amazed at how strong players like Aaron DeMac and UMISHO can be with this character.
Yeah, but gosh, Nitro is doing a fantastic job overcoming that. And as soon as I said it, you're gonna die. I'm sorry. That was my bad. That was my fault, Nitro.
Commentators cursed. Commentators cursed. No, see, you know you've made it as a commentator when you start cursing people on stream, right?
This is the power that I wield now. Thank
exactly.
you. Thank you for that.
Remember, it never works the other way. You can't pretend to go one direction to get the result that you want. The universe knows. The FGC universe knows when it's genuine or not. oh, it absolutely does. I 100% agree. But Aaron is now up to going to, you know, do their best to keep going with this. Now I can't unsee the She-Hulk, and I have you to blame for that. Because it is green too. Yep. Wow, got a gold burst out of Nitro. What can they do with this? They're not Adventure. Adventure usually likes to use the Forever Elysian driver a lot, whereas Nitro likes to use the buffing the servants instead. And this is exactly why. But the great burst out of Aaron to get out of the corner, and there it is, the 2K2D as soon as they ran up. How do you know the names of all these moves, Jalen?
Because I wrote the guides for PlayStation.
Oh, okay, that's fair. There you go. There you go.
I know.
I'm like, it's the minion meter super. It's the concentration super.
Because I wrote the guide for Jacko. That's why I know.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. The tap dust combo. And now Nitro here trying to fight back here. But again, this is match point for Aaron DeMac. And, you know, this is supposed to be just an awful, awful matchup for Jacko here. Because, again, when she blocks, she loses the minions, right? And so, you know, the fact that you can get shot by a gun from the other side of the screen is so irritating.
It's ridiculous. And it's, I mean... Okay, there it is, Forever Elysian driver. She also says it really cute. I like that a lot. And did not kill even with the extra wall break damage. Like, that is upsetting to me. Sometimes it does, but the scaling was so much. They tech the grab, the throw comes out, and you've got all of this damage. Oh, Nitro, well done.
Yeah, I mean, the scariest thing right now, honestly, is that when you get dropped to, like, no health left, it's so impossible to escape chip death from a lot of these characters, but Jacko is one of them.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Aaron, please, my friend. You're doing so much right now. Oh my god!
No. Look,
that was disgusting and so cool, and I love it and I hate it.
Dude, Ringe, it was even said it last week when I was commentating with him. He's like, I know, James, I know you keep saying if you nerfed Happy Chaos, it would be to remove the ability to roll in the gunshot. Oh, God, it's so good. It's so good. And every time I see it, I'm like, I didn't block that. I got shot. And it is absolutely one of the scariest things. I mean, honestly, you have a character like Milia who's designed to be one of the most crazy mix-up characters in the game. And because of that role in the gunshot, Happy Chaos really has a more difficult to defend against mix-up than Milia does, and it's so good. It's just so good.
It is so good. Like, watching it, and I feel like when Happy Chaos came out, the role was one of the least talked about things in his kit, because he is such a complex character in terms of what you need to do for the reloading and the meter management, because you have multiple meters and you have like these negative edge releases on your shots and all of the stuff that you have to keep track of. And then there was just this tactical role that he's just kind of got, and that's why I highlight Aaron demac as somebody who is also paving the way, like UMISHO, with Happy Chaos, because of that moment right there where there were, I don't know how many tack rolls in that. It was tack roll punch, tack roll punch, tack roll punch, and all of a sudden Nitro was dead. And how do you block that? You don't. You just die.
You die and then curse the darkness where Happy Chaos exists, essentially. Yeah, man, but there you go. Aaron demac is moving forward, so we do have Aaron demac and UMISHO advancing forward, so we are getting these the Happy Chaos army continuing forward here. But again, Aaron demac now has to fight Nubenheimer, and so that's it's going to be a tough match over there. I'm so looking forward to Arc Revo, because I know Japan doesn't treat Happy Chaos to the same level that a lot of US does. So I really want to see, do they have the anti-Happy Chaos strats, or do they just not know the true potential that Happy Chaos possesses, right? So let's ponder on that for a little bit. Let's throw it over to Yeso and see if he has any thoughts on this Happy Chaos.
My thoughts are pretty straightforward. I enjoy watching it, probably more than the average Guilty Gear viewer, and that's probably because I don't have to play against it, right? I'm not in the ladder. I'm not grinding against those Happy Chaos players, getting beat down on a regular basis. So I think I don't have as much of a sour taste in my mouth for the Happy Chaos as others do, and I can understand. I get it, but I enjoy watching it. An impressive set there by Aaron demac. Nitro trying to fight back to force that deciding game 5. Unfortunately, close to doing it, but not quite able to get there. So ends up being the win there for Aaron demac, and an interesting kind of first half there of winners round 1. Of course, UMISHO, that other Happy Chaos player we love to talk about here on Series E, getting a win there up against Lapriz there. 3-1 in that one. Moving on, it's UMISHO winners round 1. Not a huge surprise there, but keeping things rolling, getting another strong start. It'll be very interesting looking at that possible next matchup, because UMISHO will be up against either MFCR or Marvello, and those are both really interesting matchups there for UMISHO. Looking forward to seeing how that shakes out, because that could be a very good winners quarterfinal set up on that side. Of course, we saw Pepperysplash up against Hotashi. Hotashi still working out the kinks on the Bridget. A couple of good games in that set, unfortunately not able to force a game 5, but there were moments of brilliance in there, and of course we know how talented Hotashi is as a player. The Bridget still coming online on that front. Pepperysplash takes the win, and of course Zato, very difficult to deal with, and Pepperysplash, of course, very talented on that pick. So Pepperysplash moves on, is going to be matched up against Romola. Important to note, I think we actually had an error in the bracket earlier when Janelin and James Chen checked in with it. I think it said that Bean had won, and I think that was just a misinput on the bracket side here in the studio. So it actually was Romola winning 3-1 in that set up against Bean. So Bean actually falls out of the winner's side early on, which is not something we've seen in a while. And Bean has been consistent and very good as of late, but is going to have to make that deep loser side run. So we'll have to keep an eye on Bean and what he can get done on that side of the bracket. The other set we didn't talk about yet here, Nubenheimer. dominant up against Yurikov. Not a huge surprise to see Nubenheimer taking 3-0 sets early on in the bracket. And you heard James just talking about that matchup up against Aaron demac. We've seen Nubenheimer on quite a few occasions recently playing well in that Happy Chaos matchup, beating UMISHO on it. Is going to be a tough set there. And Aaron demac, kind of got your work cut out for you there with Nubenheimer, who has been just playing impeccably as of late. Just checking in on the loser side of the bracket. Important to note, Bean winning that first set on the loser side, taking down Hotashi. So unfortunately, Hotashi with the 0-2 here today. Yurikov and Nitro should be playing right now. But that's where we stand in the bracket. Razzo and Red Ditto, Adventure and Stealthy. And of course, that previously mentioned MFCR and Marvello matchup coming up next here in our completion of Winners Round 1. We will have all that for you and more after this break.
Tyson boneless buffalo bites have that tasty kick of flavor, so they're perfect for any get-together. If there are any left when your guests arrive. Tyson Anytizers Chicken. More kicks of flavor, more smiling snackers, more to love. Tyson.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to Series E Guilty Gear Strive here on Esports Arena. We are excited. Thank you for bearing with us during those technical difficulties. We got the things and they are fixed, so we are good to go.
It was my fault.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say it, but it was James' fault.
Yeah, it was my fault. Sorry.
But we're back and we are ready for some more fabulous Guilty Gear action. And I mean, I know we've said it multiple times. It's not going to slow down. We're just, we're going to get on the crazy train, and it's not going to stop till we're in grand final. Well, till grand finals are over, really. And we're going to continue this insane action with UMISHO versus MFCR up next.
I see you, Orimoli, in the chat. Always the pop player's fault. I mean, you're not wrong, okay? You're not wrong, so... Oh, man. But yeah.
I mean, I really wasn't going to say it, but if you're going to take the blame, then okay.
Hey, man, Potemkin's the best. I'm telling you right now. Hashtag justice for grapplers, like I always say. Hashtag justice. Grapplers are so bad, and Zangief's like the only bad character in Street Fighter V now. Potemkin's like considered the worst in Guilty Gear Strive. I mean, come on. It's an epidemic. Hopefully,
I just expect you like standing outside on the street corner, justice for grapplers, with like old.
Oh, you saw those pictures? I mean, I would never do such a thing. I would never do such a thing. Honestly. Anyways, I really hope Zangief in Street Fighter 6 is gonna be good. So.
For your sake, I hope so. Sorry, I had to mute myself. I was choking. I was laughing so hard. Good Lord. This is the kind of fun that you can expect to have here on Series.
Okay, you know what? To be fair, Orimola, he does mention Sin, but, every time a new character comes in, they're not sure where the characters kind of fall. I mean, obviously, Potemkin, Baiken came into the game, and they were in really... bad shape when they first showed up into the game. And they've been buffed since then. Potemkin's been in since the launch, and he's still bad, okay? Look, I'm just... sorry, I'm...
I can give you a soapbox. I will come to California and give you a soapbox.
It's okay, I'm good. I'm gonna calm down by eating more out of this 1.8 pound bag of Mike and Ike's over here.
1.8 pounds?
Dude, they sent me 2 of these bags. I promised Ringe I'm gonna bring the other one to Arc Revo so everybody can share. So there you go. So
man,
except for those who aren't going to Arc Revo. So
those who are not going.
Oh man,
that's funny. But yeah, also, I mean, it's a great time to mention that Mike and Ike is one of our sponsors. Their sponsored player this evening. Tempest is not playing in this 16 that was invited today, but we do have Razor UMISHO right here, MFCR as well. We've got Intel's Razzo, Anytizer's Red Ditto, Vitamin Water Adventure. A lot of our sponsored players are here tonight representing their brands that they got through Series E. And here we are getting started with UMISHO and MFCR just doing Leo things.
One of my favorite things is every time, I was sitting in the audience at Frosty Faustings, and, I think it was, Intel, one of the Intel sponsored players showed up, and I could see some people, sitting next to me, and they were like, is that... the Intel that's sponsoring that?
Yes, it is. Oh my god. MFCR was doing so well, and I went to go write something down about the match, and now MFCR is not doing so great.
That's what UMISHO does. He turns matches around so fast. There is that Guilty Gear Exert strategy right there, reacting to RCs with your own RC. Got the slowdown, but just using the jump dust to escape. Ooh, and there's that running 2D.
Oh gosh. Yeah, the curse is on, and all bets are off. Oh, UMISHO went for a really risky grab there. That could have been really detrimental, but the flash kick comes out. They're holding onto their burst like their life depends on it, because it does, but that grab from MFCR clawed their way back.
Yeah, you can't burst that, so beautiful stuff for MFCR. I mean, I thought MFCR lost this opportunity. He did get that 5K at one point in time, but didn't believe and didn't didn't Gatling out of it. But still, gets that throw, takes round number 1, and a really nice clutch ending right there to go up 1 round. But here comes UMISHO.
And that's so terrifying. You have to, as MFCR, know that UMISHO knows this particular matchup better than anybody else on the planet. You just have to know that. And it's very brave. Brave is the word I'm going to use to come into it as a Leo and expect to bring something new to the table that UMISHO has not seen.
Yeah, I mean, between Razzo and Tempest, UMISHO has fought her fair share of Leos.
Oh, yeah. And is now playing the character.
Yeah, that's true.
Also
that's
plays
true.
the character. And so now, I mean, MFCR is doing a couple of really great things. The thing is, it looks better than it is because Leo is a very high damage output character. So Leo can, get 1 or 2 hits, and you get a flash kick like this, and you have a lot of damage. This is a good combo, though. There's no burst on the side of UMISHO, so you've got to eat all this damage. It's not going to kill, but it's going to put MFCR in an advantageous position. The curse does come out, though, and the distance is closed, which means that the bullets are going to be doing more damage now.
Yeah, and look at this. Here we go. UMISHO gets in there. Goes far away, but again, when you're far away, the concentration goes down faster. So nicely done right there. MFCR taking game number 1 over UMISHO. Ooh, okay. And look here.
Yeah.
Hey, look at it. Oh.
Hey, baby.
Hi.
Aww. Cat Kim.
She's so mad right now. She's you can see it on her face. She's just like so mortified.
Oh, the baby. We need the baby.
This is Jasmine.
Yeah, this is Jasmine, a beautiful girl.
She's definitely mortified, dude. Every
She's
time
like,
I
how
do that.
dare you? I did not do my face today.
She's like, you always use me for a clout. That's what you're using me for, James. Stop abusing cat clout.
Oh, man. Well, oh, no, what a burst. Unfortunate. Understand it. Hate it for you. You're going to eat all of these damages.
Yeah, here we go. Look at this chunk right there. And now, just a tiny little bit. But, again, this is Guilty Gear. And both of these characters really good at making comebacks. What a great block on the fuzzy. But then UMISHO reading that flash kick and rolling right through it.
Yeah, one thing that we talked about on Monday during the PlayStation broadcast was that Razzo's Leo loved to do those kind of random flash kicks. So you should, as UMISHO, be expecting them. MFCR is staggering that pressure a little bit. Okay, that one was brave. High risk, high reward is the phrase that I shall use for that. But a really nice confirm into the overdrive there, getting the wall break as well. But once again, you left UMISHO alive, and that's not good.
Sorry, I'm just cracking up at Kurichev in the chat.
I just read that too.
Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong, so, But UMISHO right there going down once again. MFCR taking a couple of these rounds now with these throws at the end that have just done absolute gigantic chunks of damage. But now here comes UMISHO through the wall, gets the hard knockdown, and let's see how UMISHO takes advantage. This probably goes in. Actually tries to bait out the flash kick.
Oh, 2D from Leo is such a good button. It reaches so incredibly far, and the hitbox on it is absurd. YRC reset. Interesting, just coming in with those low buttons, taking kind of a little page out of Aaron DeMac's book. Really, the burst does come out from MFCR. Great time to use it, really. And unfortunate, though, I bet you wanted it here, too.
The jump back from UMISHO to punish the jump D from, I think that was a jump D from MFCR. I can't remember now, but definitely MFCR was coming down, swung at UMISHO, but UMISHO with the jump back snipe. And so UMISHO puts one on the board. It's tied 1-1.
I know somebody asked in chat if there was a Mei player here today. UMISHO has been playing Mei very effectively. Not in this particular matchup. I guess they feel like they are, like she's more comfortable against the Leia with the Happy Chaos. But that does not mean, I just looked over and I saw Jasmine again. I'm so distracted. But that does... It does not mean that we may not see the Mei, because it's been used incredibly effectively, like I said, in similar matches.
Yeah, and like I said, I think UMISHO is really learning that character for specific matches, and, I don't think Leo is one that, you're going to want to bust out the Mei for. As you mentioned, I mean, UMISHO has just so much experience in this matchup over here. I swear, every time UMISHO plays, like a combo breaker last year, like all of my memories of her were fighting Razzo with that ridiculous double KO game, and then
how can you forget that?
Yeah, and then going up against Tempest in grand finals, and UMISHO and Tempest have like such the rivalry going, which honestly, I'm gonna say this right now, I'm super sad that they are fighting each other in the first round of Arc Revo. Like it hurts me to my core that's happening.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but that's how the bracket falls, and sometimes it's just what you have to deal with as a high-level player. You know, everybody's great, and sometimes you just get put in that position. I like the use of the clone there. Wow, aggressive run-up from UMISHO. Really, honestly, this is probably one of the more aggressive ways that I've seen her play this particular character. UMISHO, notably at that combo breaker, was such a long-range player, and now I really like seeing her make these adjustments for this close-up. What even hit you? Oh, it was a bullet. Okay. I didn't even see it.
It's just gunshot. I mean, to be fair, you know, like after combo breaker, they did nerf the, you know, Happy Chaos a little bit so that if you're farther away, that concentration drains a little bit faster. But I do want to address, someone asked in the chat, I think it was Crimson Fox, who is UMISHO learning Mei for, and the times that I've seen UMISHO bust out that character, yes, has been for the chip. Has been for, yeah,
yes.
She definitely brought out that last week when she fought Bean.
Yeah, also brought it out against a Bridget, which was really interesting, and yeah, against the Bridget. So, and did play it against Razzo's Leo once, but then switched to Happy Chaos afterwards.
And you're right. I mean, using the clone so aggressively is not something that I've seen UMISHO do as much, but this game, I mean, just been using the clone to really cut off MFCR's approach.
Excellent combo from MFCR here. Oh, I liked the, geez, that read on the grab. That was incredible. Oh, and this is the whip flash kick. Oh, you should have punished that so much more, UMISHO. This backdash is, you're going to get yourself into negative territory if you keep doing that. Doesn't use the burst, hangs onto it, uses that 50% for the YRC to reset. Overhead, what risk, but great reward. Why? Nope, there it is, danger state into negative penalty. What are you doing? This is not a pogo match.
Just backdashed all the way through. Oh my gosh, dueling 2Ks right now. It's like High Fight's footsie game here, but no, it looks like UMISHO is going to take that round and now be at match point.
Oh my goodness. What are you doing? Like, are you purposefully putting yourself at the negative advantage and then coming back from it? Because that is showmanship at its finest.
Yeah, now this is starting to reach the levels of, I think UMISHO is trolling or something, or just, you know, trying to get into MFCR's head, you know.
If I saw this multiple little back hops, I would be upset and offended. And the thing is, MFCR is falling for it. You see them putting out these incredibly risky buttons, and UMISHO says, ha, gotcha. Deus Ex Machina, wall break, area shift, see ya. And now, look how many bullets she has. Look, the concentration is full. And he is having to dash in. He gets one hit. He's going to get the turbulence, back turn into this, you know, back from whence we came. But still alive, so UMISHO's just kind of playing with the food here.
Yeah, MFCR's like, look, you know what? I'm sick of you, you know, trolling at this point in time. And look at this. Oh, and then UMISHO tried to do the ultimate troll, drop the clone, and then run in from downtown and threw up a brick, unfortunately. So now maybe UMISHO. See, this is you're toying around. You're playing with your food. This is what's gonna happen. MFCR coming in hot in this round.
I mean, I am all for having fun, but this is a little ridiculous. This is, got a burst, not a gold one. It looked like it might have been a gold burst for a hot second. Burst out of MFCR as well. Curse comes out, and just, the 2D is going to close it out for MFCR. We're now 2-2.
Okay.
UMISHO? I have questions. Do you have answers?
PDRQ has the quote right there. I just see the Michael Jordan meme already, and I took that personally.
I surely did. I like the part where MFCR remembered that 2D has the range of, 1,000 men, and just went across the screen and took UMISHO out at the kneecaps.
All right, so let's see what happens here. Let's see if UMISHO can come back from kind of toying around in the last game. Or if MFCR is, going to continue to take that personally and try to win this
UMISHO
one
also
here.
took it personally.
Yeah.
Good lord. You see, this is a happy chaos round if I ever saw one. Wall splat. God, why did they wait so long to do Deus Ex Machina? It gives me a heart attack every time.
But this is one of those rounds right there where you get the combo into the wall break, and then MFCR with the comeback. Oh no.
No.
Oh,
Oh,
he
with
wants
that
it.
black heat.
He bursted. MFCR with the hero burst. Oh my gosh.
If MFCR had that tension, that would have been incredible. But UMISHO with an overhead. Fun fact, that bullet, I think everybody knows by now, but that bullet does not count towards your bullet count. It's a different gun.
Wait, which one?
The one for the jump. The jump bullet for that one, it does not count.
Oh, okay.
In your bullet count.
Oh man.
Just fun things you learn. Oh my
yeah.
god, that grab was so ambiguous. I say I got caught. I haven't teched a grab ever in my life.
I'm a living example of the take the throw meme. Trust me, I understand. Ooh.
Switching sides, and now, okay, positive placement on MFCR. Really nice catch there. MFCR's been missing those turbulence confirms, though. Like, they've missed the last 3 or 4 of them, and that's kind of unfortunate. That's the key part.
Oh no. Drop combo. Give it. Oh, but the back throw, and here we go. It's going to be final game, final round with UMISHO kind of toying with their food a little bit. So let's see what happens. Can MFCR, who looked like he was going to go down pretty convincingly in the previous game, but then made that crazy comeback.
I don't know. Ooh, I thought maybe they got out of the curse range, but they didn't. Got a really good 2D into the flash kick, getting stuck on the wall. But UMISHO has to spend so much tension to, just to FD. Oh, the backdash was risky. I was afraid for you. And there we go. Coming in, got a huge reload, too. That could be detrimental for MFCR.
And there's that roll. Which some people in the chat were saying did get buffed. It wasn't as quick as before. Here we go.
Super Focus comes out too. This is huge. The concentration is going to keep reloading. Curse comes out, uses the punch, because they didn't have any tension.
Yeah.
BRC and then backdash. I love the backdash with the shot, with the fadeaway. Just like, please don't touch me.
Yeah, but there you see right there, dropping out the close, baits out the flash kick. I respect it from MFCR because I think MFCR knew himself that it was going to take some crazy gamble like that to try to turn it around. And again, the scariest thing about Leo's DP is that Leo gets Oki off of that DP. So if you land that move, which has invincibility, then you get pressure afterwards. And that's what he went for. Unfortunately, UMISHO with the block, the punish, and UMISHO does not pay for pawing at the mouse and didn't let the mouse get away. So yeah.
Well, it was interesting, though, seeing the differences in gameplay from that 4th to the 5th game. Like, the 4th game was fun and giggle times, and then that 5th game, it was all business. And the differences in the approach, in the offense, in the defensive options from UMISHO were so starkly contrasted, whereas poor MFCR was just like, I'm fighting for my life! in both situations.
Yeah, but I mean, look, even if you end up losing that one, right? I mean, if you're MFCR, I mean, again, we're saying that UMISHO was trolling. We don't know what was going on. Maybe UMISHO had to answer a phone call or something like that. You never know. But regardless, if UMISHO was kind of toying with the food, getting someone who's toying with their food to actually play very serious is always a victory kind of in and of itself.
It is, and as we say in the FGC, we take those. But speaking of taking those, I have no idea who's going to take this match. This is another long-historied match. Both of these players facing each other multiple times in Exard, and they know each other very well. So, these are the two, they're Canadians.
Yeah, I was just about to ask. I believe Romola was from Canada. So yeah. Okay, it's confirmation. Oh, that was a nice little RC into the low. But yeah, this is a battle between the Canadians over here. And again, that 6P from Testament is so strong. Gets the stain over here, the wall break. And that is enough to kill all low guts characters. Ooh.
Yeah, I think the fun thing that I like about these two is they apparently used to live very close to each other and had no idea until one time they went to a tournament and they're like, oh, you live like down the street from me. I don't believe they do anymore, but speaking of down the street, we're going to go down the whole entire block to another place on screen because Pepperysplash has turned it up for this game. But Romola has been doing such a good job recovering from these situations. Good confirm, though. Never mind. You know what? You died. I was going to say not dead.
Remember, if I'm here, then it's automatically that you're going to be wrong, so it's better not to make the guess in those situations.
But it's fun. I'm wrong anyway.
The crazy thing, though, is that, we saw Romola, against Bean. I had noted how it was so cool it was to see Romola get that zoning right. But obviously, Chip is a rush-down character, so of course the zoning is going to work. But, Zato has this Eddie who can really just kind of get past your zoning, right? And an invite hell like that can just come from nowhere and interrupt your zoning. And look at that, the invite hell reaching that far, getting the RC off of it, and Pepperysplash taking that round and that game.
Incredible stuff from Pepperysplash. Pepperysplash, I don't remember. No, I do remember. It was at Frosty Fausting's 2020. I was talking with a friend of mine, and they were like, yeah, Pepperysplash, the trigonometry professor. And it's like, what? Just because, at the time it was Venom and, you were going back and forth, like, with all of the different, like, angles and things like that. But it just always makes me think about that whenever I see Peppery play, because the execution is mathematical every time they do it, no matter who they're playing. And they've been on Zato for the game's lifespan. And what they do with this character is so cool and does a lot of things that a lot of other players don't do, and that's why they found so much success with them.
Yeah, and again, I was talking about Bean earlier, top 8 Evo. Same thing with Pepperysplash here as well, top 8 at Evo. So again, that's the level of caliber of play that we have here. Of course, there weren't a lot of Japanese players that made it out to Evo, so that's why I'm so excited to see how Arc Evo is going to work. I think it's 3 Japanese and 3 US players in there, and I can't wait to see this clash of players.
Oh, and Evo Japan coming up at the end of the month. We can't count that out, too.
It's true,
That's going to be brutal. About as brutal as this damage that Pepperysplash is taking. Good lord. When Romola turns it on, she is just a monster.
Yeah, and again, Testament. Look, I fought original Testament. I hate this character in a lot of ways, but definitely a very different style character in Strive. Almost a completely new character, you might want to even say, based on the play style and stuff. Wow, actually, Peppery got the burst before the super activation, so that way he was able to get Romola to waste the meter.
Yeah, that is a whole lot. Oh my goodness. Oof. I don't know what. Oh wow, didn't get hit by the frog. I love the way that Romola is being so careful with the way she's coming. Waited exactly for the right moment for that, and then got put into stain and hit with the bird.
Yeah, the crow coming in there and doing some work. So Romola is here to take some names, because again, a great start by getting over Bean. Can you imagine if Romola takes out Bean and takes out Pepperysplash, 2 Evo top 8 players that I just mentioned? That would definitely be a great way to start this tournament.
Oh yeah, this is insane. We got 1-1 though, and yeah, it's interesting that you bring up about Testament. I recently played Plus R for the first time, and I understand what you mean. I was like, whoa, this is nowhere near the same character, which I think is actually really cool. The way that they redesigned Testament to fit into Strive, it fits the game plan really well while still maintaining the integrity of the design.
Yeah.
And right now what we're seeing is just Romola being able to use that toolkit, especially the ranged aspects of it, to just keep Pepperysplash at bay.
Yeah, I still always tell the story of one time I was complaining about Testament from XX, and I was just like, my gosh, I'm so sick of dealing with the webs and the trees and the crow and the skulls and the keys, and someone listening was like, what are you even talking about?
The moveset was so different, it was like culture shock.
Yeah, I mean, just like, that's just one of those sentences that you will never hear except for fighting game players, right? Like,
right?
Just webs and trees and crows and skulls, oh my, it's like, what is going on?
Don't ask questions, it's Guilty Gear, okay?
Yeah.
Wow, that was, ooh. Did she? Okay, I was not sure if that was too late, but Peppery, once again, you know, mathematical, knows exactly how many frames they had to activate that. A lot of FDs coming out from Romola. Oh, what a grab, too. Really nicely done.
I mean, that came after Pepperysplash tried to do the dust into RC quick cancel low to get people to stand up and catch him. Romola was able to actually block that in time, but it's beautiful for Pepperysplash to turn that high-low mix-up into a throw, because you're so like, oh, I blocked it. You're relieved, and you don't realize another mix-up is coming right away.
Right. Oh my gosh, that grab from Peppery, so good. Once again, putting Romola back into the corner. But Romola not deterred. Stain State is out again. But Frog, and like you said, those invite hells that Pepperysplash has been doing have been crucial to the game plan.
Yeah, there you go. Pepperysplash now 2-1 says, nope, you've gotten one Evo top 8 finisher on your body count here. It's not gonna you're not gonna add another one. So Pepperysplash again. I mean, the craziest thing is, you know, in Exerd, everyone considers Johnny like the strongest character in Exerd. Pepperysplash used to be one of the best Johnny players, and then he switched to Venom, and he got stronger. Like how? How did you make that character look so good? That's scary.
Oh, it's terrifying.
And so
it's.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, it's like you're just watching an oncoming train. You can't do anything about it.
But I'm pretty sure that train has a birthday party on it, thus being a birthday train. So it's okay. It's okay.
Birthday train! Let's go! I think I'm one of the few people who love Birthday Train, and I will hold that. I will hold that.
The CD comes with the karaoke version, I think, of that song or something like that. But I will karaoke that song any day.
Yo, let's go!
Here we go. Pepperysplash is like, you know what? I'm gonna go as well. I'm starting to get this. Oh, and the RC as well. Gonna be able to finish this off.
So good, yeah, of course.
You even need the meter. I thought at least he was gonna need the Shark Super, but no, just the normal was good enough.
Pepperysplash's meter management is so clutch too. They are just so aware of when they do and do not have Eddie, and then how much tension they have, where they're building it. A good throw into the corner from Romola, trying to reverse the situation, whereas Peppery has just been so calm and collected. Techs the throw, and then staying out of range of those scythe slashes from Romola, which were netting Romola a lot of damage in the first game.
Yeah, but I mean, it's very interesting, that round right there where Romola has gotten this huge life lead right now. Obviously, it's very precipitous anyway. I mean, it's dangerous because it's hard to keep life leads in this game, but a bait on the burst is going to give it to Pepperysplash. But, what I was trying to point out there was Romola had to go on offense. Like I said, we saw the zoning against the chip, but the zoning just is not working against Pepperysplash. So Romola's like, all right, I gotta play offensive Testament. And so you saw that pressure, and that's where Romola did get all that damage. But then as soon as Pepperysplash got out of that corner, it was GG's from that point, because again, Pepperysplash is just, in terms of the pantheon of Guilty Gear history, is just clearly one of the most talented players for so long.
For such a long period of time. I actually think one of the first times, actually I think the very first time I met you, when we were at that Frosty back in 2018 watching the Guilty Gear top 8, I think it was Pepperysplash was in that, and you're like, so that's Pepperysplash, and they're really good at this game. And I was like, yeah, I noticed.
Yeah, Pepperysplash, and again, just such a talented player, and you know, is one of those people that is just going to be good at no matter what fighting game that they put their hands on, I'm sure. So not surprised to see them being one of the best here in Guilty Gear Strive as well. Moving on the winner side of the bracket, and Pepperysplash will then be going up against UMISHO. I do want to update people a little bit on the loser side of the bracket. Marvello did beat Lapriz 3-0. Bean beat Hotashi 3-1. So again, back-to-back Series E with Hotashi going 0-2. But again, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of practice trying to use that new character. Yurikov and Nitro, there might have been a DQ or something like that, because Nitro is listed as winning 0-0. So I'm not sure what happened there. But Red Ditto did beat Adventure in losers bracket. Adventure lost to Stealthy 3-1. We didn't get to see that on stream. And then Adventure lost to Red Ditto 3-1. So Adventure going 0-2 as well.
Yeah, and so, I mean, a lot of upsets already. Always expect Adventure to do fairly well in bracket, but today was not their day. Aaron demac is playing Leo. They have brought this out once or twice before. I've seen it. But you're against Nubenheimer, who, like you said earlier, is arguably one of the best Nagoriyukis in NA right now, the world, possibly. They're ridiculous at this character, and they're just... I love these players like UMISHO, like Nubenheimer, like Razzo, who are these tiny humans playing these gigantic characters.
Yeah. And you know, I had mentioned that, you know, I was really sad about UMISHO and Tempest going up against each other in the first round of Arc Revo. Well, Nubenheimer does not have that problem. Nubenheimer is in Arc Revo, will not be facing a U.S. player first round. I forgot who his first round opponent is going to be, but I can't wait to see the kind of damage that he's going to be able to pull at Arc Revo. Oh no, you went for back-to-back.
Yeah, why are you going to do that twice? And somebody reminded me that before Happy Chaos came out, Aaron was originally playing Leo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was not as familiar with the gameplay that Aaron was doing on that character, so I was introduced to them. Actually, I believe it was through Series E on the Happy Chaos, so that was sort of my introduction to them. But I appreciate you guys keeping me real, because that's always helpful. But why are you going to flash kick twice? I have questions.
Yeah, no, I think Aaron demac, like, at Frosty Faustings using the Happy Chaos was still relatively new, which obviously speaks to how good Aaron demac is, because Happy Chaos is not an easy character to play.
Oh, no, not at all. No, it's incredibly difficult. Nubenheimer doing oh, never mind. You just got... I call 2D Leo fish because he looks like a little salmon going upstream when he does that. Oh, wow. That was such a risky stand-up from Nubenheimer with the grab, throwing now Aaron into the corner. And I thought he burst almost, but there was just an interesting thing.
Oh,
no, you did not. Oh, my dude, you get the whole anime outro for this.
Oh,
but
no,
actually... to finish it.
Yeah, so it was too far away. It didn't get the full animation, which then actually gave Aaron demac the chance to burst it. So it was actually bad that it ended up doing the not full animation version.
Yeah, that is insane, actually. But that just goes to show you the level of knowledge you have to know with the interactions and the characters of this game. What a great overhead from Nubenheimer. This time should get the full animation. Yeah, close enough with the wall break.
And you saw Nubenheimer wake up with buttons again. And, you know, that's what you have to do against Leo. It sounds kind of scary, but if you know Leo is going to try to sneak in that overhead, that is how you stop it. The overhead is a lot of startups, so it was a good choice by Nubenheimer, but Aaron demac coming back in here trying to take this.
Yeah, really being a lot more aggressive than they were in the first game. Oh, that blood reset was crucial. And then an immediate follow-up from Nubenheimer, no hesitation.
I see a freshman in the chat saying that these are two characters I hate. Again, you are not a true Guilty Gear player unless you hate everybody except the characters you use. That is Guilty Gear. If you actually don't hate every character that you have to go up against, you are not a true Guilty Gear player. That's my opinion.
That may be a pretty fair assessment, actually. All right, nice combo here from Aaron demac, getting those turbulence combos. but Nubenheimer just does not have the hesitation that I see on some of the, the characters like Nago that are slower. The dive in with the Beyblade, oh my heavens to Betsy.
The bait. I'm glad. I love the heavens to Betsy right there, because I'll say stuff like oh, you gotta pull them up by your bootstraps and stuff, and everyone's like, what are you talking about, James? See, now I can do this, and I have a partner in this
retirement home.
Yeah, I have a partner in this in the old dialogue here.
It's true. Sometimes people ask me where I get all these things from. I taught elementary school for 5 years, so a lot of that language was cleared from my vocabulary, and you had to get real creative when you weren't feeling your best.
That's fair. But what's not fair, a lot of people are going to say, is Nagoriyuki, because look at this damage here that he has done to Aaron
absurd.
Oh,
that is so much. And Evan I don't think Evan is in chat tonight, singing the praises of the character that he voices in English for this game, but he'd do a lot of damage.
And I'm seeing a lot of friendly faces over there. What's up, Zero Syndicate? What's going on?
Zero!
Zero was definitely getting on my case for, my not necessarily safe for work tweets recently. And then I also see Denny in the chat as well. What's up, Denny?
I
How's
know.
it going?
It's great to see everybody here. Thank you so much for joining us here on Series Eve this evening. While, oh no, did you?
Oh, wow! And that's gonna be the round. Oh, are you okay now? We got a lot of attitude today.
I know. I like it. I like the attitude, the sass. I mean, I was expecting spectacular matches all the way through because of the caliber of player that we have here today, but the level of sass that I have experienced just makes me really happy. They said end of the season here at Series E, let's make it great.
Yeah. Again, you see right here, these players, both of them not part of the Series E sponsorship. Of course, they've got their own teams and everything, but, having that Series E sponsorship has done such wonders for a lot of these players like Razzo, like Jonathan Tene, who probably would not have had the ability to travel to a lot of these events on their own, right? And just having these sponsors and getting a monthly stipend and stuff. And even if you perform well here at Series E, you put yourself out there to be picked up the next season, which is why we have Vitamin Water Adventure and Anytizer's Red Ditto, and who else do we have here? Razor UMISHO and such. They're picking up these players from doing so well at Series E, and it's such a wonderful service. Honestly, I really, really think it's so cool of a thing that we have going here.
Yeah, I like that you bring up about the sponsorships and what they can do for our players. Because, I mean, if you are unaware, like if you've never seen some of these players in person, you might not know that, like, Razzo, UMISHO, Tempest, they're all very young. I mean, I say that they're a solid 15 years younger than me. They're all in their very early 20s. And it isn't viable for them to travel to a lot of these huge tournaments like EVO, like Combo Breaker, like EVO Japan, like CEO. And there's so much, like Arc Revo, which I know is an invitational, but you still need to, have that support to get to those places. And the program that Series E and Esports Arena has put together for these players, even for people who do have a little bit more financial stability to go to these tournaments, has really made a difference within the esports ecosystem, providing a viable platform for people to get to where they're going so that they can be successful.
Yeah, especially too, I'm really happy for it, in Strive in particular. Obviously, there's, so shout outs honestly to Series E and Esports Arena for continuing to support this game in particular. Street Fighter obviously is big, Street Fighter 6 is coming out, etc., but a lot of those players already have a lot of pretty decent sponsors and good opportunity. Strive, I mean, a lot of these, like you said, they're young. I mean, you said 15 years younger than you. I mean, for me, it's like 2025.
Yeah, I know.
Years under, you know what I'm saying? But like, you know, I mean, it's great to see that they have. I mean, God, 16-year-old me, like 20-year-old me, if I could have gotten to this point where people were actually like flying me out to events like this to compete, man. One, it would be cool because that means there were national events back then, which there weren't. But still, you know, having that kind of support for playing video games would be amazing.
It is nice, and it's nice to see that there are groups and companies who are willing to take risks like that. Meanwhile, we do have Stealthy and Razzo. Stealthy, Axel, been playing Axel for a while. Razzo, Leo, we all know the Leo. And the wildness of the decisions. When Rinj and I were commentating together on Monday, talking about Razzo, we were saying like, wild, hold on, I'll come back to that story. Did that work? Oh no, he parried it. Jesus, that was 5D chess and I'm playing Candyland. Good Lord.
Oh, man.
Oh, but so Razzo's decisions, they're aggressive, but they're calculatedly aggressive.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah.
Which is something that Rinj pointed out. It's like the aggression is not unwarranted. It's not wild. There's so much calculation to what they're doing. Just like that parry, that was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you know, it's a common archetype. You know, a couple of the players that I have always felt like, Punko. In Street Fighter 4, he played what he called Gamble Seth. And yeah, it's a calculated craziness. Ceroblast is one of the most infamous players who intentionally plays as wild as possible to prevent their opponent from having a chance to think. And that is exactly what Razzo does, as Razzo takes game number 1 over Stealthy. And Stealthy, I mean... Stealthy is an interesting story. I don't think it's his fault here. Obviously, in Season 1 Series E, amazing player, amazing Axel. Then Arxis was kind of like, you know what, Axel player, sorry. And Stealthy kind of disappeared for a little bit for reasons, but also for school as well. Kids stay in school. But now that Axel has been buffed, we have been seeing Stealthy a lot more, and Stealthy doing really, really, really well at these tournaments.
It's great to see that too. I mean, especially with a character that is, I would say, underrepresented like Axel. There are some notable players who play them, of course Stealthy being one of them, but you don't see him as much. You see a lot of Leo, but it's always fun to see Razzo playing Leo. I want to see more crazy Axel bombers and then just do more psycho stuff and then do clothesline. That's all I want in my life.
And again, one of the tricky things about Axel, you know, we talk about the pseudo zoners like Testament, like, you know, some characters can play pseudo zoning, but they also have the ability to rush down. Axel's ability to rush down is still definitely weaker in terms of strive of what you want in strive, and so he does have to kind of rely a little bit more on this defensive kind of style play. And again, strive is such an offensive game. It's really hard for a character like Axel, even with all the buffs, to find the same kind of success as a lot of other characters.
Completely agree. And that's why you see the people who are playing the characters they are, and they are finding that success, because why work twice as hard when you can, you know, do 2 little kicks and get a 4-hit combo and you're just dying. Thank you, Razzo, for demonstrating why people pick Leo Whitefang. In that moment, it was just great.
Yeah, and one of the scary things too is that, you know, obviously Leo is just such a terrifying character when he knocks you down. So, here he goes. There's that jump T again, and gets the combo extension and this late burst from Stealthy, but obviously he's about to die, so got to use that at some point. Nice fake jump slash.
Oh man, 2 throws. That was really nice. Of course, Leo's not dead because he has a really high guts. The BRC underneath. Oh, YRC afterwards?
I'm actually not convinced that Stealthy was trying to do Axel Bomber. I checked his meter. He had the meter for super. Maybe he just didn't notice it, because I'm pretty sure the super would have killed. He won the round anyway, so no worries, no worries.
Yeah, but it's a shame. You could have clutched it out much sooner, and you want to close those rounds. You just want to close the round. That's the end of the sentence. You know, there you go. Close the round, because if you leave it open, you may have risked everything. Oh, that backdash, speaking of risky, you just got yeeted and deleted.
Oh my goodness. And yeah, Razzo, you know, we've been talking about the Series E, the sponsorships and stuff, and Razzo's one of those players that has definitely taken advantage of that as much as possible. As you can see, he is the one, she is the one that is sponsored by Intel. And so yeah, again, with Razzo, it's just so cool. Like I said, it's cool to hear people be like, is that the Intel that's sponsoring them? And it's like, yes, yes. And how did that happen? Thanks to Esports Arena and Series E. It's really cool.
It is very cool. And it's great to see that Razzo has been flourishing under that sponsorship. Good Lord. I get to see Razzo play several times a month. And it never ceases to amaze me how ridiculous she is on this character.
Man, Leo is just, it's funny to me because, you know, we talked about Tempest earlier being a Leo player as well. And, you know, Tempest picked Leo just to show everybody how broken the character was, because his goal was to get the character nerfed, and now he's in Arc Revo for using Leo. So, you know, it all kind of worked out.
Yeah, it sure did, didn't it? Oh my goodness, what a round start counter hit into, what was that, Winter Manus? And then Razzo just does Razzo things. Helicopter.
Spinny blade. That's all I'm calling it. Okay, look.
I understand. Wow, these air throws from Razzo.
Nice.
Okay, that was a little bit riskier, and then a regular throw with the drift RC up into the air, catches it with the super. With wall break, it is not going to. That was hanging on to that one for a little bit.
Yeah.
But
Axel's managed to survive that, especially with the low guts. But look at all this meter right now. Stealthy has one more bar here, has the opportunity to do something with it. It's going to use the RC for pressure, but then doesn't get anything out of it. And Razzo was right back in.
No, that's unfortunate. Okay, just 2K, gonna clean that one up. Kind of anticlimactic end to that particular set. Just when you're like, especially because like the sound is just like there's nothing resounding with that particular sound design. It makes you sad when you're like, oh, okay, that's how I died. But that means that Razzo is going on to fight Nubenheimer, so that rounds out the top 4 of the upper half of the bracket: UMISHO, Pepperysplash, Nubenheimer, and Razzo. And still continuing on in the loser side of the bracket, Red Ditto did take out MFCR, and we are currently cleaning up the rest of that so that we can have more games. We want more games.
A lot more games here, but again, yeah, 4 players left on the winner side: UMISHO, Pepperysplash, Nubenheimer, and Razzo. I mean, that's a pretty, like, okay, yeah, I can see that list. So. But let's go ahead and throw it over to another person who should be permanently in the winner's bracket, Mr. Yeso. Take it away.
You know what? I'll take permanently in the winner's bracket, but I'm hard gated at winner's quarters because I run into James, Jadalyn, St. Cola, Ringe, Jake Ryan. I'm just gated right there on winner's side. But that's okay. Thank you. I appreciate the love. Winner's quarterfinals done in some great sets there. You just heard James and Jadalyn highlighting those 4 players moving on: UMISHO, Pepperysplash, Nubenheimer, Razzo. Those 2 sets coming up very soon here. And they're going to be fun ones, right? Pepperysplash looking solid. Going to be a very interesting matchup there for UMISHO. And UMISHO really having to do a ton of work to get through that last set, right? Going a full 5 games up against MFCR. Of course, we could talk day in and day out about how talented MFCR is, and really looking good in that set. But UMISHO able to just get the best of them at the end of that one and move on. Still going to be a tough set here in winter semifinals. On the other side, very interesting matchup here with Nubenheimer up against Razzo. Of course, Razzo with a wealth of experience playing against Nagoriyuki. Obviously, you can go back to a ton of classic sets between Razzo and Hotashi, even here in Series E, especially back in Season 1. That was one of the wonderful matchups that we got on a very consistent basis. So this is not a matchup that Razzo is a stranger to, but Nubenheimer is just so good and so consistent that it's going to be a tough set here. But the fact that we could end up with a Razzo UMISHO winner side final, a Nubenheimer UMISHO Pepperysplash up against either of those two is going to be a really good combination, and it sets us up for what is going to be a blast of a finish to this winner side of the bracket, and then things get interesting on the bottom side. And you heard Jadalyn just talking about it, right? Red Ditto surviving, taking out MFCR to stay alive. We did just get another result. Aaron demac keeping things rolling, beating Bean 3-1 in that set. So getting some of those spots filled out on the lower side of the bracket. We are waiting for a result from Romola and Nitro, as they are matched up right now. And then Marvello will play up against Stealthy. That was the last one in that losers round to get filled out. So those two sets coming up momentarily. They'll get those results going soon, and then it gets just tougher and tougher as the day goes on. As we look forward, though, to these winner semifinal matchups, I'm going to just throw some picks out there. Let's do it. Why not? I'm taking UMISHO, and I'm taking Nubenheimer. I want to say Razzo, and, you know, Razzo just putting up like a very, very strong performance there up against Stealthy, but it's just so hard to pick against Nubenheimer these days. But we'll see. That is probably the tighter of the two sets, though I think Pepperysplash can still force 5 games, but I don't know. These are two really good matchups, and I'm looking forward to it. But I'll take it. I'll take UMISHO and Nubenheimer making it into winners finals. Let me know, though, what you think. Drop those in chat. We're going to go back to casters, or are we headed to a break? Production, what do you got for me here? We're going to go to casters. Awesome. So we don't have to even wait any longer. James, Jadalyn, what do you think?
Again, thank you guys for joining us here. What I think is that we've got a ton of great Guilty Gear action continuing forward over here. And also, I think that I'm going to eat some more of this delicious Mike and Ike's here. So,
you wait till we come back on camera to do that every time. Like, you haven't even been eating it. You're just torturing me. I'm going to go down to the corner store.
I don't know what you're
I'm going to go
about.
to the corner store and buy these. And I'm going to, you know what? Now I'm going to have to post a picture of it. For anybody who James and I are very good friends, so this is what we do frequently, anytime. This and talk about cats, but
yes, yeah,
we talk a lot about cats.
We definitely had a whole conversation with what was it, Sumi, that we were all just talking about cats at Evo. You know, we're at the biggest fighting game tournament. We're just like talking about cats. You know,
we were feeding our cats with virtual feeders underneath the main arena. Like, it was during Tekken. We were just feeding the cats.
Oh man, you can't say that. We were totally watching Tekken, right? We were all the games. You know, we were watching.
Hey, it's because we all had other things to do as well, so it's fine. But thank you again for joining us here. Great. I love the breakdown from Yeso. Also, thank you for shouting out all of the commentators. You know, you're awesome too. And we're going to continue with this fantastic bracket. Up next is UMISHO and Pepperysplash. We're going to continue our run in winners while the losers bracket is sort of catching up with everything, because, you know, you have to wait for that to trickle down. So we're going to have that up next. But a real quick update, in case this wasn't updated before, Aaron demac did take out Bean. I'm not sure if that was covered, but that is a big one. So we now have 6 of the top 8 waiting for Stealthy versus Marvello and Romola versus Nitro.
Jeez. Again, losers bracket run, very, very difficult here in Series E. And again, you know, we don't stream those matches. However, a lot of the players here who are in Series E and who are probably in CLG at the same time right now, you can follow on their streams a lot of times. If you want to see their run, you'll see them jumping back and forth between their matches, but also that way you can see their losers bracket match. But I gotta tell you, like, I don't want to be like the man walking up the uphill both ways in the snow, but like, how great must it be to be a player, to be able to play in 2 tournaments at the same time from the comfort of your own home, and if you manage to win both of them, you get prize money from 2 tournaments in one day. I mean, geez, what a time! I mean, what a time!
It you know, honestly, you say it like, you know, uphill both ways, and I do know that you have a long history within the fighting game community. I mean, we were just talking about it right before we came back. But I wouldn't have even thought that this was possible in 2019. Like when we were all still, you know, when we didn't have as many games on rollback netcode, which really did, but at that point, it wasn't as necessary, but because who could have predicted what state the world was going to be in 2020, and how in March there was this sort of impending sense of doom where, you know, a lot of us were looking towards Combo Breaker, and then there was no Combo Breaker, there was no Evo, there was no CEO, and all of the sudden the fragility of the ecosystem that we had set up with offline events broke. And you could really see that. And so now we have set up something that feeds into offline and online. And that's so great. And I'm so glad that we do have those opportunities.
Yeah, you know, like you just have to look at, you know, Granblue, right? Granblue, another Arxis game out there, suffered so badly from the pandemic because it came out right at that moment and had delay-based netcode. Shoutouts to Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising, because they're putting that netcode in there. So Yo, whoa, okay. Someone's excited. Someone's excited. But Strive, shoutouts to, again, the people. Whoa, that was weird. But shoutouts to the people for putting in the requests in all of the surveys, you know, that were at Frosties, that were at Arc Revo. The first beta for Guilty Gear Strive was actually delay-based netcode, and they switched it to rollback. And shoutouts to guys like Zynak, because they really made some of the best rollback netcode and really set the precedent, so much that even Japanese players were like, whoa, this is what rollback is supposed to be. And it just changed all of the fighting game community. This single game here, this example of what rollback can be like, really changed a lot.
And like you said, it set a precedent for all games coming out afterwards, all fighting games, to just show this is what you can do, and this is what you need to do to get the ecosystem of players that you want to make your game a success. And that's why we have what we do.
Yeah, and you know, sorry, I just wanted to, you know, add in there, like even a game like King of Fighters 15, you know, got a delay at one point in time. Some people were wondering if they're changing the netcode because they kept refusing to say anything about the netcode, and they eventually did admit that, you know, one of the reasons it got delayed is because they ripped out the delay-based netcode and put in rollback netcode because of Strive, you know. And so again, shout outs to Arxis, and again, I can never sing their praises enough. Sorry, we're not talking about the match, but I could never sing their praises enough for even going back and putting rollback into Exerd. What a move. I mean, what a great thing to do for showing your support to the community out there who love your franchise, you know.
When that announcement happened, I was watching on my iPad and I dropped my iPad because I got so excited. I was like, what? Because, I mean, my introduction to the Guilty Gear franchise was with Exard. I love that game. I love what it does. I love what Strive has done to reinvigorate the interest in that game. But man, that rollback is nice. Speaking of which, man, now I want to go play that too. Man.
Too many fighting games right now.
It's true, with so many fighting games. And right now, we have an Exard player playing a very recent fighting game player. UMISHO was notably a first-person or third-person shooter player before they got into fighting games.
Overwatch player, and said, you know what, there's another competitive game with this character with a gun, so let's go this direction. It was a good choice. And UMISHO,
I mean, it certainly was worked out in her favor.
Yeah, first tournament ever. UMISHO, second place at Combo Breaker, over 1,000 players. Second offline tournament ever. Evo, over 2,000 players, took first place. So obviously UMISHO, very, very talented player here. But Pepperysplash did get the previous win, is up 1-0 right now against UMISHO, and trying to maybe show that Pepperysplash has everything there to keep up with the Evo champion.
Yeah, I mean, you know what, Evo is... I can't even focus that far ahead right now, but Pepperysplash has had 2 perfects in this set so far, doing really well against the likes of UMISHO. But these two have fought each other so much. They're doing what I want to see now is like what new stuff they're doing, and these tactical roles that UMISHO is now incorporating into her moveset have really improved the gameplay. That was expected. She needed to load. That didn't have a lot of bullets left, and that is just, that's Happy Chaos's game plan.
Oh,
what
no.
a burst! Get me capped.
Yeah, you had no choice. I mean, you're about to die. You're about to lose the game. Might as well try to burst, see if you can get that hit. But got the roll into the gunshot. But like you said, these two have played each other enough. Peppery was actually ready for it and had the block, saw the roll, and was able to block in time. Of course, that's the tricky thing, right? So if you're thinking, okay, I'm gonna look out for this roll, and as soon as I see Happy Chaos roll, I'm gonna make sure I switch my block. That opens you up for getting thrown, right? It's just that mental stack, and that's what makes Happy Chaos such a strong character, because Happy Chaos can roll behind or go for a throw, or maybe even do like little fuzzy overheads and stuff. It's a tricky character to fight. Yeah, see the tap dust right there. That's the now you got to stand up and block, and so there's just so many different ways to for UMISHO for Happy Chaos to open you up.
It's true, and I love the incorporation of tap dust into these combos on any character, but the way that UMISHO used it right there, because they noticed the Pepperysplash was doing this down backing, they were able to open it up with the tap dust, because you have to do that standing, and they knew that, so they were able to take advantage of that situation. It's awareness. It's awareness of what resources you have, but also what resources your opponent doesn't have, and how they are positioned on screen. It's so much to keep track of, and these players do it so well.
Why was that so much damage?
Because have you seen the Guilty Gear Strive? It's just, good lord, the overhead into the low. Okay, so I said Peppery had 2 perfects. UMISHO now has 2 perfects. Okay, there we go.
And again, we talk about characters like Milia and Chip, and their mix-ups are just absolutely terrifying. But how do we always describe them? Death by 10,000 paper cuts, right? Again, Happy Chaos, a character with great mix-ups, but also that damage output with the potential damage output. Definitely one of the things that makes Happy Chaos such a frightening character. Again, very difficult character to use, but if you figure it out and get that muscle memory for it, definitely a very, very, very strong character.
Incredibly strong, for sure. Pepperysplash going for the wall slump situation, just wants to keep UMISHO in that corner, but Umi does not want to be in the corner, so she left. Just literally walked out. YRC to reset that neutral, trying to get some of the footsies back into it as much as one can footsie with a frog shark thing. And then, speaking of shark, going to go ahead and close that up. In Guilty Gear lore, do they explain what Eddie is?
It's just an evil spirit that possessed Zato.
Oh, cool. Okay.
And again, I don't know if you know the deep lore. Zato was originally voiced. I've told the story on stream before. Zato was voiced by one of Daisuke's best friends.
That's so cool.
And at one point in time, the voice actor passed away. Unfortunately, his friend passed away, and he was not going to put Zato back in the game. But people wanted Zato, so the story was that Zato died, and Eddie then became the driver of the body, and that's why the games he started being named Eddie instead of Zato. So there was a few series of games during the XX period of time where Zato was just named Eddie instead. Then after a while, finally through the lore, they brought Zato back to life, got him a new voice actor, and here we are again. Zato is back at this point. But yeah, at one point in time, Daisuke almost wanted to take the character out because he was voiced by one of his best friends.
That is such a cool thing to know, and now that I know that, it makes me really happy, because now we get to have things like Pepperysplash bringing it up to 2.
Yeah.
With this character, which is great. I mean, it's just that Guilty Gear lore is deep and rich, and there's a lot to it. I mean, most people know at this point that Soul used to be voiced by Daisuke himself, and then during the Plus R period, he was Soul was voiced half by Daisuke and then half by somebody else.
Yeah.
And that's when he started to transition out of that role. But Daisuke writes all the music for the game and things like that, and there's just so much cool things to know about this game.
Now, this I did not know. Freshman says the new voice actor is Takahito Koyasu. Is that actually the son of the original Zato? Is that true? That part I did not know. So if that's a confirmation, then that's even a better story.
Oh, man. Crazy town. Jesus, I looked over at the chat and everybody's dying.
Yeah, I know, right?
Sorry, chat. This has been an incredible set, honestly, but like there's some really cool things to talk about within that. But in the meantime, good lord, BRC, PRC, switch side throw. Oh my heavens.
Yeah, Pepperysplash right now getting this pressure in the corner. Gets the tap dust! Oh, what a beautiful burst timing right there from UMISHO. Pepperysplash was trying to bait it out. That burst timing might just be what UMISHO needs, but the gaping maw right there, locking UMISHO down, piercing all the way into the corner. The dust again! Ooh.
Man. I said I love the tap dust from UMISHO, and Pepperysplash says, but I too have the tap dust and I would like to use it right now. And they did. And it's so effective, and especially on a character like Zato. It's just so great. Now, all of this pressure, putting UMISHO in this situation is so scary. Oh, man. I think the invite hell was behind.
Yeah.
But it just didn't quite work out. Unfortunate. This is UMISHO's opportunity. Maybe it's that.
Coast. Yeah, but again, UMISHO did not want to go for the wall splat. Was hoping that Pepperysplash maybe wasn't ready for it to spring off the wall, but Pepperysplash did get that. And here we go, getting a big hit. Gonna go for the sword super hard knockdown. Almost guaranteed to get into the corner at this point. Piercing. Yep, keep that sequence going into the drill. You're in the corner, but what an escape by UMISHO! What?
That was incredible. I have no idea how you did that. Okay, they are in stance, so they can't block that. Yeah. Oh, good. That was a really quick response from Pepperysplash. So when you are in either steady aim or just regular aim for the gunshot, you can no longer block. You no longer have that ability. And so Pepperysplash saw that, recognized it, did the calculation, said, I have enough damage, and went, jump, and then that was it.
Yeah, so Freshman says that Takahito Koyasu is a talented voice actor. He voices many anime characters like Dio and JoJo. Is that also the same guy who does Shingo in KOF 15? But Freshman says his son plays Zato is what it is.
That's just so cool. I love that.
Yeah,
makes me happy.
Okay. Yeah.
That just that's heartwarming. But great set there from Peppery and UMISHO. So that means that Peppery will be sitting in winners finals now, waiting for either Nubenheimer or Razzo. That could be anybody. Update on the loser side of the bracket. Nope, I'm sorry, I'm a liar. That just filled out from that set. I thought that somebody won the Aaron demac Marvello set, but that has not played out yet.
Yeah. No, Marvello did beat Stealthy, 3-1. Aaron demac beat Bean 3-1, and Red Ditto beat MFCR 3-1. We're still waiting for Romola versus Nitro to see what the result of that. But yeah, it's really cool to see Pepperysplash coming in here. And again, I'm sure, look, there's going to be people in the chat who are going to be like, oh, I'm so glad UMISHO lost because I hate Happy Chaos, whatever, blah, 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 fine. But I'm saying I'm glad to see Pepperysplash winning here, because when a player like UMISHO comes in, like around season 2, end of season 1, start of season 2, and UMISHO comes around and starts beating everybody, they end up raising the level of everybody else. And the fact that everybody is now rising to the challenge of UMISHO and actually being able to find victory just strengthens the entire Strive community, even more, and just leveling everybody up like that, I think, is so important and really, really cool.
Yeah, I mean, and Freshman, yeah, you're right. Just like Hotashi did as well in that first Arc Revo that we had for Strive, did an incredible job. People like players like UMISHO, like Hotashi, like Razzo, like any of the, honestly, like really any of the players that we see here tonight. When you see one of them break away, like get that significant lead against the other players, it does elevate everybody else to a different level, because what you don't want is stagnation. You never want to sit, and as soon as things start stagnating, I mean, it's just like water. It gets moldy, it gets gross, and then it gets tired, and you just don't want that. That was a horrible analogy. I will never use that again. But like, if you're elevating all of that gameplay, then you have the opportunity to continue to grow and continue to expand and explore the deep just technical aspects of certain gameplay. And maybe that involves, like Hotashi has switched to the Bridget and is finding something new, has been working with Diaphone, has been training, like somebody said, multiple times a week, or like every day, multiple hours. I don't know how people do that. I would just brain die. But then you have people like Pepperysplash, who've been on the same character for the game's lifetime, and are still finding new things and new ways to just manipulate your opponent into putty.
Yeah. I do have to also, give a lot of credit to Hotashi, because, as being one of the players who was, largely considered to be the best Guilty Gear Strive player in the country right when the game came out. He was considered the strongest. He was winning all the events. Every time I talked to him, it didn't make him happy. He was like, I don't want me to dominate everything, because he was like, we need to be stronger as a region so that we can compete with Europe, we can compete with Japan and Asia when we finally get to the point where we can start playing them again. So honestly, Hotashi, I feel like, did a really great job establishing that kind of mentality very early on, in the community, as one of the early leaders in the community.
Yeah, totally agree. And now that we are getting to the point where, Japan's borders are open, and then we get to have Evo Japan, and seeing that, I was looking through that player list the other day, and it is just monstrous. And not just from the JP side, the number of ridiculous NA players, Korean players, European players, SEA players who are coming out to compete in that, it is utterly disgusting. And I love every second of it, and I cannot wait.
Oh, it's gonna be exciting and terrifying at the same time. It's just,
this is true.
And again, like I said, I said, U.S. could potentially be the strongest region, and that's just because I truly believe in the quality of the players that we see here from Series E. But we really don't know. We really have no idea, how the regions are going to match up, except maybe, with EU and America, we're pretty even, with Latif getting second place, but, Slash also just dominating with May as well. So we're pretty neck and neck with EU right now. So the question really is, how do we all fare up against the Asia regions?
That is a great question, but I would love to see a player like Nubenheimer get in over there. Good lord. Oh, that grab, I thought it was so smart, but it whiffed, and you gave Razzo another opportunity, who does now have 100% tension. Uses one for a BRC to close the gap, gets the flash kick, side switch, get dunked. That was the best use of 100% tension. You're still not dead, and then kneecapped.
Dude, Razzo did like 17 overheads. I think I counted. It was like 17 or 25.
I believe that.
Or something like that, yeah.
Somewhere between 17 and 25, and then you died. Again, risky grab from Nubenheimer. Miscalculation.
And now the corner position just goes in with the headbutt, but Nubenheimer with the chicken block into the throw. Oh, and interesting, Razzo actually Roman canceled down with Leo off of the flash kick so that he could just fight to the other side. A lot of the time you see the Leo do the flash kick into Roman cancel forward so they can get the punch overhead mix up, but Razzo just wanted to get out of the corner, so immediately going down Zvite, using the slow motion to keep the pressure. So really nice to see that kind of decision making and why players like Razzo are so strong.
Yeah, Razzo, I knew them as a BB tag player, and I remember when they finally switched full time into Strive, because they were so dominant at BB tag. They just tore down. It was crazy. And then, so I got to talk to her a little bit at Frosty, and like what she's planning to do as far as like training with UMISHO to get UMISHO ready for Arc Revo and things like that. But she just doesn't stop, and she has been such an innovator in whatever game she chooses to play, and you can see that in her Leo game plan.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing about a lot of these players. I talk about Tempest a lot, but Tempest is, one of the best at Grand Blue when it first came out. It was one of the best at BB Tag. Tempest.
Oh my God, Tempest.
Yeah, such a great player in so many games, which I was so happy to see Tempest, take Frosty Faustings and represent. But Nubenheimer is another one of those players that's representing at Arc Revo, as you can see right here, trying to fight back against Razzo, down 1 game in 1 round. But this round is going well for Nubenheimer right now.
Yes, going incredibly well. I don't want to say anything about this damage till I see the end of it. That's one thing about that particular overdrive, that when it finishes, you don't see the bar, so you're not sure how much it's done. Little worried for Razzo. Ooh, PRC, BRC. Dives out of it. My God, just like that. Using that wall bounce property to get such an extended combo, too. You're in back turn. Little far. Oh, flash kick. Risky. Razzo did. So I understand Razzo had the tension to RC, but didn't get the opportunity.
Didn't actually get the flash kick blocked or anything like that on whiff. You can't RC it. That's the nature of DP moves. So most moves you can obviously RC on whiff, but the DPs, they will not let you do that. And here comes Nubenheimer trying to tie it up. But speaking of those DPs, there's that flash kick. Wow, you went for a meaty burst to get the gold meter? What a decision by Razzo.
Such a decision, and you know what? It worked. Oh, get dunked. I lied. It did not. I mean, actually, to be fair, it did. It did work in that situation. That charge dust, though, the wind up, it was like a golf swing. He just went yoing.
4.
And then there was a flying Leo all the way across the green.
Yeah, and so Nubenheimer tying it up 1-1. And again, that's one of the cool things you talked about, how, obviously Razzo's going to help UMISHO as much as possible getting for Arc Revo. I'm sure all the players trying their best right now to help them learn. And the scariest thing about Arc Revo is who all your opponents are. You know which characters to expect. And so that is what you got right there. And Unsymmetrical says in the chat, Nubenheimer is known for comebacks or ultimate destruction. Yeah, that was one of the saddest things about the matchup that he had with Latif when his controller malfunctioned.
Oh, that was so sad.
And again, a lot of people are like, just let him play it out, let him play it out. The rule is that the players don't have a choice, that the person whose controller disconnected takes the round loss, because otherwise every player is going to be pressured to always playing it out. You know what I mean? And if they lose because they played it out when they were winning and they lost momentum or whatever like that, that sucks. And so you take away that ability for them to make the decision to get boos or jeered from the crowd. And that's just how it works at that point.
Yeah, and that's why we have the rules in place and established well in advance like we do for these tournaments, because you need to have that. And I mean, I remember in Evo when there was that controller desync, you were commentating that, I believe. I can't remember what it was. It might have been Street Fighter, and I remember how heartbreaking it was.
The Gamer B Momochi. Gamer B Momochi. Yes.
It was heartbreaking, but it was what it was, and that's why we have these rules established.
Right, exactly. But here we go, Razzo 1 round away, and just a tiny chunk left here from Razzo. But again, what did we just say about Nubenheimer? Known for these comebacks. No, there's no place to burst that combo. There's no place to burst. As soon as he got that was genius from Razzo. As soon as they chose to do the up RC, that pops the enemy up so much higher that it becomes that much harder to find a moment to burst, especially because Leo can keep you that high up. So nicely done by Razzo to make sure that burst was not going to work.
Quick update on the losers bracket. Marvello took it 3-2 over Aaron demac. Marvello will be facing UMISHO.
Wow, okay.
I know, Marvello cooking.
And see that, I'm sad that we might not be able to see that, because I want to see if UMISHO plays May in that match. Someone may be watching a Marvello stream. I don't know if UMISHO has a stream up or anything like that, but if anybody has any intel on that, I would love to know if UMISHO played May in that match to get that practice, because as someone else mentioned in the chat, Tai from Japan. Tai is another thing out there. I mean, that guy is ridiculous, and so he is a chip player, and so that might be what Tai decides to go with versus UMISHO.
Oh boy, Razzo is just doing such a good job. Nubenheimer did so well early on, and now I feel like Razzo built the mental stack, and Razzo's about to kick the mental stack down. There is so little that Nubenheimer has been able to do, because whereas Razzo is calculatedly aggressive, Nubenheimer is a much more slower pace, has a much slower tempo in general, and does a lot of waiting. They're very patient. And so they're trying to step up that aggression now, but sometimes when you're trying to match the aggressive tempo of your opponent, when you're not used to doing it, can completely dismantle your own game plan.
Yeah, but Nubenheimer trying to stay alive here. Oh my gosh, I actually got that to juggle. Full combo, but there's that 2D from Razzo. Air dash into the full combo into the corner. Here we go. Maybe one or two mix-ups. There's one. Oh, gonna let him slump.
The slump?
What a decision.
Oh my god, just waited for that YRC. What an unbelievable turn there from Raz. What I loved about that is it was the full combo. Went into like just, I think it was just plain old little 2Ks, just like poking out. Very light button, still got the confirm. And then after that YRC was so, it was this moment of just like patience and understanding. Like, I knew you were going to do that. Throw.
And again, Razzo being aware of the fact that the wall splat came from a grounded hit. That's the thing. It's like Leo, normally all of his combos are with Vite and, you know, Eins and pillars, and they always launch you into the air. But that combo that he did, I think, was just back turn, what, kick, slash. That is a true grounded combo. Gave her the slump. And so she knew not to go through the wall and was just able to keep Nubenheimer in that corner pressure, and for Razzo to take it. Nicely done.
It was very, very well done. It's Razzo continues to impress, and with good reason. She's doing incredibly well and makes these seemingly on the fly decisions. I'm sure it's not. It's somewhere in the flow chart of what of what she's planning to do. But it looks so great, and it really did seem like Nubenheimer was a bit shaken up towards the end of it. They just weren't able to get what they wanted out of it. And I loved the increase in tempo that we saw in that last round, but it was a little bit too late for them to capitalize on that increased, you know, the increased output of moves. So that means that Peppery and Razzo are in winners finals, and I like it.
All right, and yeah, they're going to be waiting to come out. To we're still all trying to figure out who comes out of the losers bracket. Marvello does beat Aaron demac, as you mentioned, and so now Marvello is playing UMISHO. We're still waiting for Romola versus Nitro. Obviously, there is a potential that one of them could also be playing in another tournament as we speak.
I was just checking the stream, that stream, and I think they are playing right now. So we are going to wait for that, but let's see. I'm going to check to see who we're going to see next.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to do the Pepperysplash Razzo match, but actually before that, I think we're going to see something far more important, and I think that's Yeso. So let's go ahead and throw it over to Yeso and have him discuss his thoughts on the way that this bracket is going so far.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Series E with Guilty Gear. I could see out of the corner of my eye you got a cat. I was like, oh man. Here we are, another Thursday. Thank you Esports Arena for having us and Guilty Gear on this. We are down to our top 6. We have Pepperysplash and Razzo, UMISHO and Marvello, Nubenheimer and Romola. So we are moving through, and actually we don't have UMISHO anymore. I lied. As I read that, UMISHO is now out 3-0 against Marvello, who will be waiting in losers finals.
Now someone did say that,
or losers semis. I'm sorry.
UMISHO did go with the May versus Chip, so again, might be something that UMISHO is still working on there. And again, it did work against Bean, but again, Bean and Marvello, very different styles of Chip. So, might have worked on one and not the other. So curious to know some intel on that match over there.
Yeah, but we don't have time to pontificate on that one because we're getting right into our winners finals with Razzo and Pepperysplash. No surprise about the characters here. Pretty much what you expect, but this is gonna go. I have no idea. I've seen them fight before. I feel like it's a toss-up. Whoever really gets the momentum first seems to run with it.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say this right now. Razzo. How many times has Razzo fought Jonathan Tene?
I don't want to count.
Razzo's like, I hate this character. I'm so sick of this character, but that will give Razzo a lot of that experience. But again, experience is always a tricky thing when it's against one player like that, because it does make it so that if Pepperysplash actually has a ton of different tendencies than Jonathan Tene, it could throw Razzo off. So I'm really curious to see how this is going to go.
Yeah, I am too. Wow, Razzo, incredible. Well, the pressure was really immense there, but Peppery just does not feel the pressure. He's He is a diamond. He's like, forget it. You need a lot to deal with me. What a reversal, though, but it doesn't work out for Razzo. Peppery jumps over, and Hell comes out. Oh, the projectile. Darn.
Caught the backdash. Pepperysplash was not expecting Razzo to throw out the fast fireball right there. It worked. Wow, the 2D. Did that go over Zato's crouching slash 2S, or was that just it hit him before the 2S hit? Because Zato's 2S is such a good move, but we all know about Leo's 2D right there.
Yeah, wow. So, I mean, some moves have specific hitboxes and can outmaneuver other hurt boxes and things like that, so you never know. Pepperysplash, though, I always feel like when Peppery is winning, he is winning. Oh, the dash forward PRC and the dash back BRC from Peppery. Trying to get out of there, flash kick, the Razzo special. You don't think I'm gonna do it, which means I'm gonna do it.
Well, he's got to do something, and unfortunately, see, there's that 2S. Told you how strong that is, and, you know, Razzo, oh, wow, started with a 2K and just got counter hit. So Pepperysplash had an opportunity. Razzo went with a burst, didn't hit. That's why, see there, Razzo having basically nothing in that burst tank at all at this point.
Right.
Oh, why does he have a command throw from back turn? Why?
I see that so rarely that I was like, wait, what am I watching? Oh my good Lord in heaven, that killed.
Oh, man. See, look, you give Leo this great command throw, back turned, and Potemkin. Come on. You gotta give Potemkin more.
I need to go get my pearls because I was clutching them after that. Oh. Oh, that's a good thing I'm wearing my granny sweater because, good Lord, so much damage. It's not even that cold. It's really warm here. I mean, you guys stole all our cold weather.
Well, I reckon that Razzo there doing a great job. Doing a great job there with the back turned Leo going up against that
back turn stance. It did all the damage it had to do there, James Chan, and there we are with that there reversal. Look, I'm originally from the South.
Okay, fair. Yeah, because I was about to say, if I try to keep doing this, they're probably going to kick us off commentary because they're like,
it'll be
what
fine.
Is going on over here?
Well, it's just ridiculousness, as is tradition. And man, getting back into this, that was so much damage out of Razzo's Leo. And you're right, why does he have that move? I don't know. It's used so sparingly, though. It's like the top of the previous food pyramid, used sparingly.
Yeah, I mean, because to be honest, the mix-up that Leo has, even without that command throw, and a lot of times when they want to go with a throw option, you can just be back turn cancel and just go right into the throw anyway. So it's not as useful, but I mean, it's still... It's one of those things that, you know, nice IB, by the way, to get that throw.
Yes, but, it was incredible.
But, you know, that's the thing, right? If a move is, quote, useless, then nobody's expecting it. You know what I mean? So sometimes it becomes the right move to do.
Oh, man. I love the way these players read when they're going to throw to and get those techs, because the tech window, although it was increased several patches ago, it's still real small. So you have to anticipate. The way that Peppery uses Zato's 6P as well is so effective, and it comes out so infrequently that you almost forget that he's got it.
And, oh man, Pepperysplash just finishing the job off with the command throw into the RC, into the super, and Pepperysplash ties it up 1-1. And so, yeah, again, I got to imagine fighting Jonathan Tene. I mean, in Season 1 and Season 2 of Series E, I think Razzo and Jonathan Tene had to have fought each other like 10 times because they got both got top 3, consistently. 10 is probably actually too low of a number, to be honest with you. Those two fought each other almost every week, it felt like. And so,
yes,
you know, this is definitely a matchup that, you know, we see a lot here at Series E.
It definitely is. But, you know, that's also one of the great things about Series E is you get to see these players fight and adapt over a number of weeks and see what they do to change up their game plan so that they can start, you know, overtaking the other person. And right now, oh my gosh, Razzo's dash out of that corner in the air was very risky, and Peppery was ready for it, covering the ground with Eddie, covering the air with himself. And now we've switched locations. BRC slide under into back turn. The overhead was blocked. PRC, oh, the turbulence missed though.
Oh, what an air throw by Pepperysplash. Beautiful job there. And I actually just got intel that, I guess on CLG right now, that Umi and is fighting Romola in winners finals over there. So
Oh my
again,
God.
a lot of these players playing in multiple tournaments at once. And again, what a cool thing to be able to do.
I totally agree. I know we said it, but yeah, it's so cool that we get to have that opportunity tonight. And what an air throw out of Peppery. Oh my goodness. Invite hell, and then the command grab afterwards, which does a good hunk of damage. Overhead to YRC. What's next? Oh my gosh, the dash up throw. Good lord.
And now this corner pressure. Oh, actually goes for the Zvite. But yeah, whenever Leos get this Zvite into the corner, like they're willing to go for that cross up. If they get that hit, they will always try to double dash to get right back out of the corner. Pepperysplash aware of that, waking up with the throw. Smart anticipation from Pepperysplash there to go up 2-1.
I love watching Pepperysplash play. It's so cool. I mean, I hate, I hate that I say that because I like watching a lot of these players play. Like, I don't think there's anybody in the bracket tonight that I don't not enjoy seeing.
Right.
But Pepperysplash is just such a creative player, and the way that they choose their options is so fun to see, especially when you're like, you see them and it's like a multiple choice. Okay, Pepperysplash has Razzo in the corner. What are they going to do? A, B, or C? Quickly. And then you just see, oh no, he picked Q. Never mind.
So there's this weird Death Note discussion going on in the chat over here that I'm trying to join in here. So
Oh no, I gotta do Death Note. That is actually not something that I know terribly much about. So in the meantime,
Razzo
the pass
with the
through.
cross up.
Yeah.
There you go. So Razzo trying to come back here. I think, is the score supposed to be 2-1? Is Connie also paying attention to the chat a little bit too much over here?
I think it is 2-1 in Peppery's favor.
Yeah.
Flavor?
So I
Favor.
figured, yeah. Connie is also distracted as well. So sorry.
Oh, you know what? But that's some of the fun here at Series E, is that we're all just hanging out and having a good time, and that's what it's about.
Exactly. That's what's cool too, because I see a lot of these guys every week here on Series E, and I love it. I love it, and that's what you want to build, just like a fun place to hang out and watch some good video games. So.
Peppery flavor. Sorry, Soul Dad guy. Sometimes we just talk a lot during a day and it all falls out.
Oof, there we go. Here we go. Gets the hard knockdown. Does he just take him to the corner here? Piercing. And Razzo actually trying to fight away from that backdash, is get hit by the piercing. I don't know. Does the backdash actually work against piercing ever after screen hard knockdown transition like that? I'm not sure. So interesting decision by Razzo there.
Yeah, certainly a questionable one for sure. Oh my goodness. Once again, like you see those bursts, and I used to say things like, what a bad decision. But like now that I've seen it enough, I understand what you were going for, because historically Pepperysplash is going to do a certain moveset there. And he didn't that time, so it was a risk that you kind of had to take. My God, why are Leo's legs so long?
I know, he looks short. He's actually really tall, but I think it's just the stance that he has that makes him, he's kind of lowering himself. But yeah, his 2K reaches like so far, but Pepperysplash does not care. Pepperysplash has taken out Razzo and will be in grand finals.
That's going to be amazing. I really look forward to seeing who is going to make it to that point. Because I don't know. Marvello has been having a great run. So looking at the bracket with Marvello, because I don't believe we may have seen one Marvello game. We did. We saw MFCR and Marvello. MFCR did put Marvello into the losers bracket in round 1, 3-1. Since then, Marvello beat Lapriz 3-0, beat Stealthy 3-1, beat Aaron demac 3-2, beat UMISHO 3-0, has had a heck of a run in that series, and is doing just spectacularly. So with that, Nubenheimer and Romola are going to play next.
And are we getting that on the stream? I wonder if we're
that
getting that
is
on the stream.
Nope, that is off stream, I believe.
Yeah, and so the Marvello will be playing the winner of that matchup right there. Nubenheimer,
Right.
Romola, oof. I mean, I say oof because I think Testament players just really do hate fighting Nagoriyuki. But I mean, let's be honest, everybody hates fighting Nagoriyuki.
Yeah, it's a hard. I mean, as a Baiken player, Nago is definitely one of my hardest matchups, and so every time I fight a Nago, I'm like, please teach me. Oh God, what do I do? Just because the ranges.
Let's talk about some Potemkin versus Nago here, okay, Jay? Let me just tell you right. No, okay.
Oh boy,
man, God, what a matchup! What a matchup!
I have a hard time against Potemkins as well. I mean, less hard now that I know that I can jump over slide head, and then everything is fine.
Right.
I mean, that's fine. But yeah, we're gonna wait and see where we're going to go to next with all of this. So what we're gonna do next is we're gonna throw to a quick break. And as somebody said in chat, get more of these Mike-and-Ikes because we need more sweet action on our screen. We're gonna get more sweet action from everyone here at Series E right after this.
we are in an age where Guilty Gear is being played everywhere. And if you guys are watching both streams right now, Romola just lost to UMISHO in the losers bracket of CLG, and now Romola can play the losers bracket match against Nubenheimer over here. But you will join me, James Chen, and Jalen Gaming over here for Series E Esports Arena Guilty Gear action, and yeah, this match is going to be kind of insane.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. I mean, somebody was like, no, we don't get to see it. Guess what? Happy birthday, Merry Christmas, all of the holidays. We're getting this match. You get to see it. So, and I'm honestly really excited. I have not seen Romola play Nubenheimer. And yeah. I'm sure they have fought each other, but this is not a pairing that I have seen recently. And man, I'm excited.
I mean, to be fair, like, we haven't seen Romola a lot on Series E. We've definitely seen her before on here, but, you know, definitely one of the players who jumps in and out every once in a while here on Series E. Nubenheimer's been here, like, every single week, so, yeah, this is going to be cool to see how this matchup goes, but, like I said, not Nubenheimer, Nagoriyuki's range is going to cause a lot of problems here for Testament. Although the movement options for Nagoriyuki will give Testament a little bit of a ability to play that zoning game, but once Nago gets in, it's just so scary.
Yeah, and there's that tap dust again, using it while Romola was in that just down backing sort of stance, giving Nubenheimer the advantage. I love how you were like, Nubenheimer, Nagoriyuki. I'm like, they're one and the same. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, basically.
And Romola, once again, as we've seen time and time again during Series E tonight, just turns it on at this low health. A little risky against Nubenheimer, but was able to get something moving, getting a little bit, not giving Nubenheimer just a perfect.
So Nubenheimer, though, showing... oh, actually, never mind. Okay, I'm not going to commentators curse the Nubenheimer over here. Just got hit and getting pushed a little bit to the corner. And, we've seen it. Testament can play offense. Especially with that skull fireball there, getting the knockdowns, getting the safe meaties off of those. And, of course, the stain state giving you those extra hits. And nice back throw from Romola. Here we go.
Oh my god, that backdash was so risky out of Nubenheimer. He made it work, but it could have been his death, especially because he was still at the end of stain state there. Gonna break the wall, area shift. Blood is in a pretty decent place. It's decreasing, and oh my goodness gracious, the counter hit, and Romola had the burst to counter, so that was good for her, but still scary.
Oh, there it is, the fake tap dust. Oh my gosh, Nubenheimer going for the okie dokes right there. Whoa, Romola with an empty jump and a throw. The Exy Beast. Oh, I love shifting away from the jump with the RC was genius.
That was genius. And speaking of genius, shout outs to genius commentator St. Cola, also on the Esports Arena cast, who is just popping in to say hello.
I was about to say, aren't you working, or now are you guys waiting for us? Because they're probably waiting for Nubenheimer now, so they gotta wait for us now.
It's true. My god, Romola, please. Nubenheimer possibly has a family. He might not anymore after that damage set, but he possibly does.
Well, look at this. Romola with a perfect, going up 1-0 over Nubenheimer with a testament. Let's go. And again, this is, I don't know. Maybe it's not brutal. Maybe you stay in focus if you're playing this constantly, right? Like literally Romola coming straight from CLG straight into this. But they're not getting cold waiting in between the matches for their turn,
You know what's really interesting, James, is that you pointed out at the start of this that this could be difficult for Romola as Testament because of the range on Nago. Mm-hmm. Romola was playing right up in Nubenheimer's face. When she was her most successful, she was right up in Nubenheimer's face, not playing the ranged game. And right now, trying to outrange Nago and wasn't finding that same success.
Well, here we go. This is what you're talking about here. Romola going to try to play this offensive game here. The stain state is still there, and it's going to activate, but Romola going to go for the little bit of that OTG and then run up to try to get pressure. Oh, got him!
Oh my God. Yeah, that worked. That was so incredible. The response time on that was just so fast from Romola. Now playing that range game does switch sides, trying to get something.
So scary.
Oh, man, yeah. Nubenheimer put that 2H out there, and then just...
6P is so good. 6P for Testament is such a strong move. So, gonna be able to take that round. And Romola is playing seriously out of her mind right now, going up against Arc Revo Finals competitor Nubenheimer right now.
Yeah, Nubenheimer burst out of that, was afraid of taking any more damage that was about to come out. Oh my god! That throw was so ambiguous. I was definitely hit, and now Romola is thrown into the corner, but I'm not sure if this is scary or not. Romola thrives in this situation.
Yeah, here we go. This is Nubenheimer with the comebacks potential against Romola with the potential to survive this corner pressure, but it's not going to happen here. Oh no, Romola. Oh, is that a punish? Oh my gosh, is that actually a straight up punish? Romola with the matchup knowledge. Or did Nubenheimer do something? Did Nubenheimer do chat? I need somebody to verify exactly what just happened right there. Was that actually a punish? Oh my goodness.
Oh, look at the replay now. So we had this, there was the FD. Romola's just sort of tap FDing to get the spacing there from Nubenheimer. There was something in there that I kind of missed. Once again, kick, hit. Romola lived. Romola had no right to live, but she lived. Has 100% tension, reversal, slow down.
And it says punish.
PRC.
Punish is on the screen.
Yeah.
It said punish. It definitely was a punish. Wow. Romola with the matchup knowledge. Thank you for clearing that up. And we're jumping right into the next one over here with Romola with a life lead already. But again, like I said, that is matchup knowledge. Oh, yeah.
My God.
You know, Nubenheimer, if he had the meter, he could have RC'd, but maybe he didn't even know that was a punish. Maybe he thought he could have blocked it in time and was going to be able to survive. But no, Romola with the matchup knowledge, and now Romola 1 round away from going 3-0 over Nubenheimer. What?
That is insane, and I love it. This is a treat on Series E tonight, and I am so happy about it. And this is good for Nubenheimer, getting solid damage, going to be doing a lot here, but Romola's, even if this, okay, this does kill. I was waiting for it. Like, even if it does kill, still 1 is going to get burst back this round, and has done a lot of mental damage, to be fair.
You know, talking to the people in the chat over here, I do think he could have Roman cancel that still. Normally you can't Roman cancel after a super is activated, only if you're in hit stun. I don't know if that's the case if you are in block, if like you're not in neutral. Maybe if you're in the middle of a move. I'm going to have to test that now unless somebody can confirm in the chat now. Because if you're in recovery, does that also lock out your burst during the super?
Good question. Oh my goodness. Romola's doing such a good job zoning with the bird. Oh wow, jump in over the lower part of that move. Gonna break the wall. Yeah, doesn't have anything else to deal with there. This is a long road to climb for Romola. Oh my gosh, but there's a super again. Didn't have any tension to PRC and do the dash up like we saw in that one set, but it doesn't matter. Romola is cracked.
Wow. Yeah, I was... Oh no, Nubenheimer again with the tap dust fake. That's so good. Who doesn't stand up when they see that red spark? That is such a brutal mix-up, showing the orange spark from the tap dust and then immediately RCing and going low. It's so good. It's so good.
Caramba. That's all I can say. Was that nice? Yes, it was. It was nice. That was like... I mean, and that is the second time that Nubenheimer has done that, and it frightens me because Romola almost ran that all the way back.
Yeah, I mean, again, we all know Nubenheimer for the ability to make the comebacks. Obviously, Nagora Yuki can delete you so quickly, but the way that Romola has been just, playing out of her mind for some of these comebacks has been so impressive. And you see what that stain state does for Testament, just kind of gives her that free in if you end up blocking that crouching light punch.
Yeah, something about these 2 H's aren't sitting really well with me for Nubenheimer. Oh my god, 3 for 3 on these wake up supers though. Romola has been doing so much damage with them. And again, the way that Romola goes from these up-in-your-face, huge damage combos like this to the careful, calculated zoning, and he popped. Oh my god, you're dead.
And that was actually genius from Romola to spend that meter on the PRC. Seeing as soon as that started activating, she was like, do I have meter? Yes, RC, out of there, make sure out of the range of the explosion, and was able to punish the recovery of that. Romola match point against Nubenheimer.
Oh, what a catch there. I love the way Romola uses all of the options that Testament has. Nubenheimer is just being dismantled right now. They're stuck in Stain. I don't think they've not been in Stain for like much of this round. Right. Okay, finally the 2H works out for Nubenheimer, but Romola was actually blocking on that incoming and didn't get a ton out of it. And then Nago does Nago things and does 8 bajillion damage.
Yeah, Romola definitely trying to be a little aggressive on her wake up. So Nubenheimer just getting the meaty stand. Oh my goodness, too early on that command grab. That might have been able to kill and would not have been burstable. And now you're sitting in this situation again. Almost at another bar. There it is. Nubenheimer's got a bar, but Romola got the burst, but it wasn't a gold burst, so she didn't get any meter off of that. I thought that was gold burst. Was she in the middle of block string? I might have just missed it.
I'm not sure, but man, that was unfortunate for Romola. And now, once again, we talk about how much damage Nagoriyuki does.
Oh.
Look at this damage output. Unbelievable. Romola having to use a ton of the tension to FD, just trying to get Nago out of her face, and then
okay, Succubus
man, I love the
teleport.
side switch. Yeah, what a good option.
Yeah, smart. Nubenheimer just forgot about the Succubus that time. And yeah, just gonna use the super for the plus frames right here. Gonna go for the pressure. Oh, goes for the low Exabeast. Nubenheimer standing up, getting hit by that. Have to guess whether it's gonna be the high or the low Exabeast. Tries to get out of there with the clone.
Yeah, doesn't quite make it out. The overhead comes out. Overhead, under. It's like high, up high, down low, too slow.
Yeah. And the burst just in time for Romola. Staying alive, but this time the tap dust for real from Nubenheimer. He ties it up 2-2. We are not done yet. It is going to the final game here between these two. Let's go.
Just for a second, this is losers' quarters. Can we talk about that? This is losers' quarters. This is absurd.
Yeah, and then you know what? Regardless of whether or not Nubenheimer wins or loses, he's got to jump on over to CLG right afterwards to go play his match over there, too.
Yeehaw! I mean, all the Guilty Gear all the time. If you love Guilty Gear, Thursday is your night.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a competition here, man. We're all good friends. All the commentators are on both of the events and such, so what's going on over here? No net code, please. Someone please clean the cobwebs out of the tubes.
Oh, the cartridge. Oh, my goodness. But it seems like we're fine. It may have just been an observer thing. Oh, went in for a risky grab from Nubenheimer. And that's going to open up everything that Romola wants. Oh, my God. She's crazy. In a good way.
Such a good read on the Beyblade. The Beyblade is obviously strong because you can cancel out of it, but Romola, jumped and made it so that the Beyblade missed, so was able to punish it. There's that tap dust into up, into charge dust, into DP. Nubenheimer is now at match point.
I cannot believe this turn of events. Nubenheimer, somebody said, well, he's awake now. Yes, he certainly is. Doing everything he can, but Romola is not out of it yet, doesn't want to be out of this tournament, and has put Nubenheimer into the corner, countered overhead, and should be, they'll get wall break on this because they have enough hits.
Yeah,
uses those plus frames too. Man, Romola said, let me even the score.
Yeah, Romola trying to get it to final game, final round. There's that full charge on the fireball, getting plenty of plus frames off of that. Again, you got to deal with that. Oh, and then finding the opportunity to escape. Look at this. Nubenheimer busts out of the corner, pushes Romola to the corner now. What? Was that intentional?
Yeah, he PRC'd. He had enough to get out of there.
Yeah.
It was one of those things like if you pressed a button, great. If not, at least I have the PRC to keep myself safe.
Right.
But Romola also had the PRC to keep herself safe. Nubenheimer bursts. Again, those two H's. I get the idea, but they're not working out. Oh, boy.
Oh no, it's so scary. But you went in for the close slash and it hit on Romola's wake up. Nubenheimer brings it all the way back from 0-2 to victory.
In the words of Hercules from 0 to hero, just like that. And there we were. Nubenheimer is moving on to face Marvello. My God, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, that definitely was the Hotashi special. Just walk up and close slash. Just do it. Believe in the heart. Believe in the heart of the cards, man. Throw out that close slash.
Believe in me that believes in you.
And Nubenheimer, will be going up against Marvello. So the question is now, is Nubenheimer going to play against Marvello here now? I'm wondering what we're doing. I'm wondering what we're doing.
Let's see. It looks like, yep. They should be playing on stream.
Okay, cool. No, I'm just wondering because I know they're waiting for Nubenheimer on the other tournament, so I'm just wondering who's gonna play which way.
This is true. So we shall see. My gosh, my mind is blown by the level of gameplay that we just saw on that previous match. There was so much outplay and mental stack and just all of the words, all of the things. I mean, you can say as much of the colloquialisms as you want, but what we really saw was just high-level outplay by both players. Romola came right out of the gate, was just absolutely murdering, and then Nubenheimer figured it out, got what he needed to, and there it was.
Yeah.
And that was incredible. The only thing that was, I guess, like, risky to me, those 2 H's that Nubenheimer put out, because the recovery on 2H is pretty significant. So the way that he was throwing it out there, at such ranges that Romola really could have punished them a lot more than she was a little scary. But here we are, Marvello, Nubenheimer. We get to keep Nubenheimer for a little bit longer, so we're getting right into it.
Yeah, I think on the other stream they have another match going here, but Marvello here is the chip that has gotten farther into the tournament here, obviously being out of the tournament already. This is a scary matchup here for Chip for obvious reasons, because if you get hit by Nago, you bleed so badly. But again, Chip, if he can get the rush down going, but so far not getting anything started. Here we go. Here's an opportunity now.
You say opportunity, and it took so long for him to get like one diagonal alpha blade.
Right.
Because Nubenheimer's blocking. Nubenheimer's defense is one of the greatest parts of his gameplay. And, just the way that he's able to use those defensive options is really quite at another level. Oh my God, the clone coming in and then the slide. Incredible. PRC to reset just to make sure that he's not going to get hit by anything. And then Marvello's like, I'm trying, gosh darn it!
I'm trying to find a hit anywhere. Look at all these high-low mix-ups that he's going for. Nubenheimer's managed to block so many of them. Oh my gosh, can Marvello actually pull this off? Can he pull this off?
Oh my gosh. See, oh man, that was really smart by Nubenheimer. He put out that 2H. Marvello didn't respond in time, so Nubenheimer had time to put out a move. So by the time that Marvello got there, he got kicked and died. So good adjustment on Nubenheimer's part. Taking the thing that I just said and was like, no, I have a plan. See, look here.
Yeah, Nubenheimer throwing out that little can kick out there. That kick is so good for Nagoriyuki. And again, Marvello's going to have to work on a big comeback. But again, this is how Chip kind of plays, right? He is a momentum-based character. He will try to drain your life in chunks. So he's never true. Oh, yes, the burst to stay alive. The 6P, the chop from Nago. That 6P from Nago is so good. It moves him really far forward. It has some of the most amazing hitbox, hurtbox, which us old schoolers used to call priority. It just has really good priority, and it's just such a good move to have.
I didn't know we didn't use priority anymore. I'm sorry. My bad.
Well, I still use it. It's just that back then, priority was just like this completely nebulous, like, how do you describe a move that's good? It has priority. What does that mean? It hits good.
What did it do? It hit real good. Great.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my gosh. Nubenheimer backdashed twice, didn't get hit, and then was able to get a huge counter hit off of one of those. Marvello is trying his darndest and cannot crack the castle that is Nubenheimer. My guy has a moat with alligators and all sorts of things in it, and it might also be filled with blood-sucking vampires, which would actually make a lot of sense.
Blood-sucking vampires in the moat. That's the name of an album, I think. blood-sucking vampires in the moat. Let's go.
Yeah, well, I mean, he does have blood-sucking universe. I guess it works out. Ooh, was trying to fish with like a little 2 button there. Doesn't work out. Marvello was finally like, I gotta hit, spend the meter.
And here we go, gets the hard knockdown. So that's going to set up the safe jump here, just as you expect right there. Nubenheimer going with some of that faultless defense there, but then finds his way out there, tries to set it up, and actually, ends his combo early just so he can get the high jump out of the corner. But of course, the way Chip is, it's so hard to stay out of that corner when he gets the pressure going like this.
Oh my goodness. Wow, okay,
Woo!
the DP does come up. Really nice from Marvello there. I liked the adjustments that he was making. Was finally putting a little bit of a crack in that defense that Nubenheimer has. But Nubenheimer, once again, took that personally and has decided that he no longer wants to lose. These backdashes are so scary to do against Chip, though, because Chip, out of all of the cast, is one of the characters that can punish them the best. But then he turned into a log, and now he is firewood.
And yeah, he got burned for sure for that attempt to escape. And so Nubenheimer up 2-0 now. Is it 2-0 already? Jesus.
It is 2-0 already. I know. What's crazy is that we've had so many close matches on Series E tonight that, a lot of the times we're like, oh my God, this is, it feels like it's going so fast, whatever. But it feels like we've had these great matches that have, even if they have gone 3-0, which not many of them have, it's been very close. To use that, overused phrase, 3-0, but it was close. But they have been, and for Nubenheimer to be doing it this quickly actually does feel jarring. Yeah, well, Marvello is going to have to do to Nubenheimer what Nubenheimer just did to Romola at this point. It's got to be the 3-0 reverse sweep, essentially. Nice chase on that backdash. And Marvello trying to keep the pressure going and manages to throw out the the Gamma Blade without Nubenheimer interrupting. But Nubenheimer is out of the corner now and starting his own pressure against Chip. Oh my good. Oh, went in for a grab PRC and still managed to get the counter hit. Nubenheimer is playing on another level. They took that win from Romola and have been just riding on this momentum.
Yeah, Nubenheimer right now looking really, really solid here. Marvello hasn't really shown a lot of signs of being able to bring this all the way back right now. Look at this, having trouble. Okay, actually, here we go, gets the hit. But again, he's as far back against the wall as possible. Has to win 3 games in a row. He's down 1 round to 0 right now. So he has to win 2 rounds and then 2 more games. But it looks like he might be able to get the first round in. This is how you play fighting games. When you're down this far, just take it. 1 round at a time.
Yeah.
Don't think about the goal. Think about just each step in the trip to get there. Oh!
That BRC backdash was gorgeous from Nubenheimer. Good challenge out of Marvello, though, to counter it. But that, I thought for sure that could have been it.
It's crazy because that's a trick that I've seen from Japan more often than I see from US. And so I wonder if that's something that, Nubenheimer, now that he's going to be in Arc Revo, has been studying from the Japanese players and it's like, okay, I'm going to start stealing that tech. The backdash RC fast cancel instant overhead trick.
Yeah, I mean, if that's a fantastic adjustment, and I would love to see more of that. Ooh, risky kick coming out with Marvello being so close there. Does use the burst. The interesting thing about this, okay, never mind. We're going to change that. This is not going to kill. This is not going to kill. No, it is not, because Chip does very low damage.
Okay, so freshman confirming that's Samito's tech from Japan. Always does the backdash BRC, so that's probably why. He was definitely it still is one of the strongest Strive players in Japan. And whenever a strong player does wow, he's just snuck in there.
He snuck in there, and he managed that 3rd bar of the blood gauge expertly, because it was climbing throughout 1 move, reset it. And then just like how in the previous round where he came in and was doing some really great low moves from Nubenheimer, Marvello started to come back and the Nubenheimer was like, no, I've seen this before. I saw the time you won and this time you don't. 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, jump scare Beyblade is a great way to describe it from Saf in the chat over there, because that's not a low. Beyblade doesn't hit low. And so it wasn't just that Marvello was standing, like he just wasn't blocking. He was just standing there, and all of a sudden, a Beyblade from downtown found its hit, and yeah, Nubenheimer 3-0 over Marvello, and so now Nubenheimer going to be moving on to go up against Razzo once again. Remember, Razzo won that on the winner's side 3-1, so this is a rematch.
And the thing is, too, I mean, of course, we talk about it, we think about it like, oh, Razzo's been sitting and waiting, Nubenheimer's on a tear. Razzo does not seem to be affected by that as much because they're so used to being in this situation. And honestly, they're probably been fighting the entire time.
Yeah, right. And that's the other huge advantage of these online tournaments. When you're at locals, you know, offline tournaments, in between matches, unless you run to your hotel room a lot of the times, you know, to go and set up matches over there, sometimes it's hard to find situations. Now, the deeper you go in the bracket means there's going to be a lot more casual stations where the pools used to be. So that's definitely playable in those situations. But sometimes it can be hard to get matches in, whereas here in the online world now, it's like Razzo's like waiting for his match, and he's like, hey, Hotashi, let me play against your Nago a bunch of times. You know, it's like you can find those kind of situations. It's great.
Yep. It's definitely a game changer as far as, you know, waiting in a bracket is concerned. Nubenheimer does take that first round pretty swiftly. Risky flash kick from Razzo. The burst does come out. Nubenheimer has everything in their corner, including Razzo. And that's going to be game one. So another strong start here from Nubenheimer. I feel like momentum is definitely on their side in this case, has got a lot going for them, but can Razzo clean up the gameplay and move on?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And again, you know, Razzo has definitely played against Hotashi and Nubenheimer a bunch, so this is not going to be anything that Razzo's going to be caught off guard by with a Nagoriyuki. But again, Nubenheimer has just been playing so, you know, like I said, he's one of the people in Arc Revo Finals, so obviously Nubenheimer, very, very strong player.
Ooh, burst there from Razzo pretty early on, was just feeling a lot of the pressure there from Nubenheimer. Okay. Had one old adjust guards. They're so good. And then a throw to open them up. Oh, wow. That was just the wiggliest movement I've ever seen Razzo do.
Look at this defense maneuver. He doesn't believe. Razzo went low with the kick like 19 times in a row, and Nubenheimer never stood up. He was adamant that Razzo was going to throw rock, you know, 7 times in a row.
Yep, and did not. Did not one stinking bit. And there, the low comes out, and then the low again. 3 punches. Oh, and a backdash on the grab, and this is 100% tension out of Razzo. The knockdown is there, going to be able to get the super, and it's all you needed to clean it up.
Wow, nicely done for Razzo. Okay, Razzo taking round number 1 here of game number 2. So, I mean, it looked really good for Nubenheimer in game 1, but all you need to do is come back, have a good game 2, and you'll tie it up 1-1, and it'll be all even. Nice movement there by Nubenheimer, but couldn't get the punish. And then Razzo coming in here with the 2D, and then the combo tap dust into RC, into wall break.
Oh, man, that is looking great. Oh, God, it hurts. Everything hurts, and possibly dying.
Oh, man. I think that's how I feel every day. Oh man, the super after the counter. And there we go through the wall. Razzo, just like that, ties it up 1-1. And we've got ourselves a match here. It's a 2 out of 3 match now.
I love it. It makes me so happy. This is great. This is Losers Finals, by the way, just in case you're following along and you're wondering, where in this ridiculousness are we? This is Losers Finals. The winner of this goes to fight Pepperysplash, who has been chilling.
Yep, Pepperysplash is just chilling right now and, you know, probably, again, practicing. I'm curious to see which player Pepperysplash would rather fight against.
I don't know. That's actually a really good question. That's something that I would love to hear from them about.
Range right there. Nubenheimer already built up to 2.5 of the blood gauge. Of course, they have that nerf now. That means that Nago is also going to take huge amount of damage. But you know what? That nerf doesn't matter if you don't get hit.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Flash kick comes out of Razzo, and then we have back turn, get dunked. Go for the low. Beautiful.
Nubenheimer's like, I'm not scared of Leo. I know everybody is scared of Leo. And there you see the Fukio cancel off of the Beyblade, able to keep him safe, even on Razzo's beautiful instant blocking. Oh, more instant blocking from Razzo. And now Razzo trying to find some pressure in there, just gets it with the dashing 2P. Oh, the throw into RC just in case, and Nubenheimer does land the throw, but is able to extend the combo at least and keep this corner.
Oh, yeah. Oof. Okay, a little bit of the guarding there. Then the 2D comes out, I'm sorry, not flash kick, the pass through, and then overhead into the low. This is like the Razzo special, and Nubenheimer is just not getting caught and gets a gold burst afterwards.
Oh man, all that resources. Nice! And here we go. Yep, gonna go for the super. Get the hard knockdown. And here we go. It's gonna basically almost be guess for game for Razzo. Actually, no, it is pretty much guess for game at this point.
I'm guessing. I don't know what's happening. Oh, BRC, and then dash through. Yeah, Nubenheimer's defense right now, insane. I said it. Oh my god, he got hit. Brother, you blocked all of that. And then
remember when I mentioned that Nubenheimer blocked everything, so Razzo goes for that command throw option, but Nubenheimer's the one with the BRC, doesn't actually spend it afterwards, instead uses it for the RC for the pressure. Fukio cancel.
Oh my god.
And Razzo did not believe that Nubenheimer was going to go Fukio backwards. He believed in the forward Fukio, and he got the throw. It is now basically one round for whoever gets the 2-1 lead.
I don't know. Oh my goodness. This is incredibly close, and I have no idea what's going to happen. Oh, the counter hit. What is huge from Nubenheimer. That took so much, but oh my god, look at the blood. The blood is so high.
Yeah, Nubenheimer's like, I'll tell you what happens. I'm going to win. That's what's going to happen here. Oh, wait. No. We aren't done yet. Here we go. Mix-up time. Cross-up. Yes, tries to go low, but there's the risky thing. When you go for that cross-up, Alpha Blade from Chip, you know, he Roman canceled to try to keep the pressure going, but unfortunately the YRC came out, and now you're stuck in the corner, and Nubenheimer was able to take it and escape, and now we'll be going to losers finals to go up against, oh, that was losers finals, I'm sorry, is going to grand finals to go up against Peppery. Splat. Oh wait, it's not over yet? Am I wrong on the score?
Yeah, I was trying to sit here, I was like, it's 2-1. We're still playing the video game.
I'm sorry. My bad.
You're too excited.
I mean, these matches have been going long, man.
It's true. That is very true.
Oh, some of these matches have been going so fast. You know, I swore that was it right there. Okay, Nubenheimer not quite through yet. Razzo's like, what are you doing, James? What are you doing? I've got these 2Ds on deck over here.
It certainly does. Good Lord, text that. And then Nubenheimer says, but I also have moves. Look at me, James Chen. Look at me. I'm fantastic. And he is PRC, BRC, double BRC. Wow. That was interesting.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the reason for that was. Did Razzo hit a button after the first one and saw the 6P coming from Nubenheimer and said, I'd better RC again? That was
oh no, and then the burst too. I'm wondering, yeah, if it was a missed input and not like, oh, I missed the slowdown clock the first time, let me try and do it again. That was what I thought at first, but maybe I was giving a little too much credit there.
Yeah, Nubenheimer gonna extend the combo. Does accidentally do a side switch. I don't think he wanted that, but Nago is just, he has great corner push as well. And here we go. What a backdash by Nubenheimer in the corner. Here we go. Just needs to drain one more chunk off of Razzo.
Oh boy, and there was that slide through that we were so impressed with earlier. And now Nubenheimer did a lot of blocking. Yeah, go ahead and grab him. That's what you do.
Super.
What do we have? No, he didn't. I'm actually really surprised. That would have closed the round, but it doesn't matter. Nubenheimer still won away. Oh my god.
With the comeback? I mean, maybe the super might not have killed because it is Nago, but Razzo still finishes that comeback. That was crazy. And here we go, trying to stay alive, but the throw OS right there does get the PRC. It's going to be a very scaled combo, but still Nubenheimer trying to get his comeback of his own.
I could not help myself. I said, what are you doing? Because I didn't know what either of them were doing. And I am stressed. Do not do this to me right now. I don't have this. Oh my God. There is so much. The wall combo. Yeah, you missed the first turbulence. You better put that second one out there. There you go. Got the wall break. Not over yet. Could be over shortly. Get the PRC to get the... Oh my God, he lived.
The knee, just dashing with the 5K. Hits with the knee, and that comeback from Razzo in round 2, so important to give them round 3. We're at 2-2. See, Razzo's like, aha, James, you are all talking like Nubenheimer won. It ain't done yet. It's not done yet. The future is now, old man.
That young gun over there.
Yeah.
The whippersnapper.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy. So as the wonderful Bojack says, it's a first to one. Here we go.
Ooh, catches the backdash with the sweep. Oh, and a counter hit. So, yeah, going to get Razzo's burst out real fast. Nubenheimer still sitting on a big burst. Can still escape any situation from Razzo. The delay, tried to frame trap, but again, Nubenheimer's movement has been so crisp right now. Razzo has not been able to find a way in.
No, Razzo has not been able to until right now. Does manage to finish that combo backdash. Was trying to bait Nubenheimer into putting out a move. Did a safe one and then gets the grab into the RC and then finishes it out. Nubenheimer once again one away. But I have no idea what Razzo's going to bring out. Razzo is the queen of crazy and I am ready for it.
And you saw Nubenheimer there challenging the 2D, not worried about Razzo trying to cancel that into the flash kick. Just the run up and throw to get the corner side switch. Tried to bait out a burst. No burst from Nubenheimer and gonna go for the back throw. The other side overhead again. Getting a very Leo round here.
Very, very much. The PRC, but then it did not matter because Razzo already had a move put out and input and get headbutt again. Here we are, final game, final round. Not Let's even go. Grand finals. I love it.
Let's go. Oh my God, the instant block charge into flash kick to punish that not true block string. Razzo, my God.
I have nothing. I was trying to think of something to say, but I'm so invested in watching this right now. Nubenheimer trying to come back into it. They're putting the sword out really risky. They're both doing the incredibly risky backdashing right now. Closing the gap, though. 2-piece 2D from Nubenheimer.
What a hard read, but he's got the meter to cancel it.
Yeah, he does. And then Razzo also had the meter to cancel the
No! Well, the one time that flash kick did not have enough range. What a fight put up by Razzo there. There was some ridiculous, not just decision making, but execution on display there. Like that instant block in the flash kick from Razzo was ridiculous, but
insane.
It wasn't enough. Nubenheimer is going to move on to grand finals, just like I said was going to happen earlier. So, you know, look, I'm from the future, okay? I'm just letting you guys know right now. I have the sports almanac. I took it from Biff, and I knew the results already ahead of time. So, you know, that's why, you know, on commentary when I could make insights, because I already know what's happening. So, trust me, I'm not actually...
You are the Chencyclopedia. You're the Chencyclopedia. I mean, you have that knowledge. I have said it before, and I'll say it again. But, man, Nubenheimer playing out of their mind now has to fight Professor Pepperysplash.
Yeah, Pepperysplash. And they did not fight each other in this tournament yet. They were on the opposite side of that winner's bracket. So this is the first time these two are going up against each other. And Nubenheimer does have to win 2 sets of 3 out of 5 against Pepperysplash. And Pepperysplash just needs to win 1 set. But if he does lose the first set, it does reset to 0-0. So... let's see if Pepperysplash can take this and like he's like, you know what? I don't want to give Nubenheimer even that opportunity. I want to take this first set, 1 and done. Nubenheimer's got a long road ahead of him, but you know what? We've seen it happen, and he's in Arc Revo for a reason.
Yes, absolutely. And you know, I'm looking forward to this one just because both of these players are so controlled and they're so level-headed, and their defense is some of the best in the business right now. And when you get two players who are so defensive like this, it's really where they decide to assert their pressure that makes the difference, and I'm already loving it.
Yeah, both players have barely swung. They've been just kind of like scoping each other out here. However, Pepperysplash does get the corner situation. Gonna go for the hard knockdown. Let's see, piercing here. Yep. Push him towards the corner with the drills. A little too high on that jump dust for the overhead, so it didn't quite hit. It wasn't able to fuzzy Nubenheimer, unfortunately.
No, unfortunate indeed, but oof, what a huge combo out of Nubenheimer. They're going to be able to finish it with that overdrive as well. So I'm not going to lie, I was trying to write into my notes who was playing, and instead of writing Pepperysplash, I wrote Zato. So I had to change it. I was like,
the first person I think I ever really kept making that mistake was with Gamerby and Adon in Street Fighter 4.
That's fair.
I kept calling Adon Gamerby, and I was like, I mean, Adon, so...
Oh, nice Beyblade there from Nubenheimer to close that first round out. What was interesting is, like, nobody was spending any of, like, the auxiliary resources. They still both have burst.
Okay, here we go. Pressure time from Pepperysplash. See if he can try to keep Nago in the corner over here. Gets the tap dust. Okay, so gonna at least be... No, too far away for the 2H to hit. But that does mean Pepperysplash keeps the corner, which, you know, he's not going to be that all mad about here.
No, he was like, ooh, advantage for me? Why, thank you, I think I will. I just got this 50% tension that I would like to spend. Thank you very much. And once again, we're back in the corner. Oh my god, that BRC with all of the overhead stuff was really, really nice from Peppery. I like that pressure string. It's not something that we see as often. Oh my god, chop chop duddy.
Finding its mark, just absurd. Oh man, as a person who has never been able to fight Zato in old games before, you gave him an armored Eddie? What are you guys thinking?
No think, only Eddie.
Oh man.
No think.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, this is the patience that I'm talking about. Like the way they're so willing to do these full screen just neutral situations are ridiculous. And then as soon as somebody gets in, oh my god, so much damage.
Oh no,
but he popped. No. Oh my goodness.
Oh, no.
And he was not paying attention. The mask is back on, so the advantage was there for a little bit, and that was so much damage and so much life lost from Nubenheimer.
So Pepperysplash here, thanks to that mistake from Nubenheimer, could take it with one combo just like this, but Nubenheimer has the burst, does manage to get out the oppose again! The oppose again, twice now to end rounds. Pepperysplash sees that Nubenheimer's coming in for the offense, and he's like, you know what? You are going aggressive, so I'm throwing out the oppose, absorbing the hit, getting my 5P in there twice in a row. Genius by Pepperysplash, reading Nubenheimer, wanting desperately to get that offense going.
That is the kind of knowledge that you get from playing a game for a ridiculously long amount of time. And just understanding all of the tools and tips and things at your fingers that you get to use in this system. And then you're like, hey, gotcha.
Yeah, and also, I see in the chat there, Mystic Smash. Shoutouts to Mystic Smash
Yay,
as well.
Mystic.
One of the Arc Revo qualifiers from the EU region, I believe from UK. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but awesome to see him stopping by here and checking things out as well. Really excited for that Arc Revo tournament coming up.
Like next week, right?
Yeah, literally next week.
Yeah, that's going to be incredible. Pretty much as incredible as Pepperysplash's current systematic destruction of Nubenheimer. My goodness. And still had the RC to finish it too. Get up there. There you go. Stab him in the face.
Yeah, and there was no reason for Nubenheimer to even try bursting anywhere. And that was like, Pepperysplash, just use all your resources and kill him, because he will definitely save it for the next round.
Okay, the burst did come. Oh, it looked like Nubenheimer was trying to do a move there, and it just didn't come out correctly because that wiggling was suspicious. But Pepperysplash is looking very calm, very confident. Okay, Eddie is out of the picture for about another second, so this is the time to come in, and Nubenheimer does come in, gets the grab, resets the blood. Good stuff. Glad to see that he's not going to pop in the corner again.
Yeah, but you can see damage a little. Oh, never mind. I was just about to say, without the blood gauge being as high, it wasn't going to do much damage, but he got that blood gauge charged up, and then it just murdered him anyway. Oh my goodness.
Yep. Nago Ryuki damage. That is what it does.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, this is a great round.
Speaking of Nagoriyuki damage, look at this. Oh, ow. Why is
Everything
that bar
hurts.
all red? Oh.
I know. Oh my goodness. And then Pepperysplash just slides in on his little surfboard. He's like, damage. What is damage? It's what you're taking right now. And let's go back to the stage that we were on. I like that one better.
Yep,
Getting that positive tension too. Yep. Now, oh my god.
Tried to go for the command throw. Nice jump out by Nubenheimer. And guess what? We've switched sides. And Nubenheimer with the kill. Nubenheimer ties it up 1-1 versus Pepperysplash. And again, Nubenheimer knows he's got the long road ahead of him. Has to win 2 more just to reset the bracket. And then has to win 3 more just to take the tournament. And is he still in the CLG tournament as well? Because I think after he's done, he might have to run over there.
Yeah, I think so, because Nubenheimer is West Coast, I believe. So they were just in the latter portion. So we shall see.
Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Nubenheimer said, I do not care. I will play this game. And is doing a really great job just showing off everything that they can do right now. They're showing off their preparation, not just for this tournament, but also for Arc Revo and everything that's coming up this year. And Pepperysplash just jumps over the sword because Pepperysplash said, I also play this, and I play quite well. Here you go.
Oh, the tap dust finding its mark over here for Pepperysplash. Gonna get the sword. Gonna go for the piercing again. Wall carry here. Oh, he changed it up. He changed it up, and he read Nubenheimer was gonna try to jump away, and he got the air throw? What?
That is genius. And he lived.
Oh, no.
I say that with all the disgust,
Yeah,
because that
not
should have
good.
killed.
Guts all day. It's the Japanese guts. All the Japanese characters have amazing guts because that's the lore. That's just the lore. Anji, Mei, Nagoriyuki, doesn't matter.
Oh my gosh. Okay, backdash. Using Eddie really effectively there as a shield. Where is Zato? I legitimately could not see him around all of that nonsense.
Oh man, Pepperysplash, like I said, doesn't want this to go to a second set. Wants to try to get this to 2-1 right here, right now. A bad burst from Nubenheimer. No.
Oh no. And then, yeah, still had the opportunity to break the wall there as well.
So he'll go piercing, heavy punch, invite hell into drills. Almost a guaranteed corner push for Zato. But now Nubenheimer finds his way out, tries to get a little cheeky, but Pepperysplash all ready for it. Pepperysplash has all the defensive reactions right now. Oh.
He's winning this just pressing 5P over and over again. I think he did 9 5Ps in the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's that combo that you do in training mode for fun. Like, how many 5Ps can I get? Ja, 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 Roman, ja, 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 Roman, ja, ja, ja. You know, but, dude, Pepperysplash 2-1 over Nubenheimer. Again, top 8 finisher at EVO. Definitely one of the strongest Guilty Gear players, since Exerd. I don't know what his history with XX is, but definitely one of the strongest players in Exerd and also a force to be reckoned with here in Guilty Gear Strive. He's 1 game away from becoming this week's champion.
Yeah, and did get an update that right now in the ladder, Nubenheimer is 5-0. So, if you can keep your run going here, buddy, keep it going. But Pepperysplash would like to end that run expeditiously.
All right. Pepperysplash already down health, taking a lot of chip and actually just getting sliced here. Here we go, the frame kills for the perfect meaty clone timing, and Nubenheimer taking round 1 like it was nothing. That's a DCQ easy cake round right there.
Yeah, that round start from Nubenheimer, though, was a very risky sword swipe, and Peppery is now taking advantage of it, had pushed Nubenheimer all the way into this corner, has done a significant amount of damage, but Nubenheimer Beyblades out, and then a grab from Peppery to push him into the other corner. I really like that Peppery always tries to do the side switch to the nearest corner so that they can get combos like this that do astronomical amounts of damage and push you into the other area, so you get really cool stuff, and then kaboink.
Yeah, I mean, it was fortunate for Nubenheimer. He didn't have 2 bars, otherwise he probably would have died from that combo. Doesn't matter. Pepperysplash still gets the victory. Is at tournament point now. If he can win this round right here, it is over and done. But look at this. Nubenheimer doing the Nago things in the corner. Why is this so much damage?
I don't know. I feel like I need insurance against this combo because I am entitled to compensation for how much damage that just did.
Oh my goodness. That is some pain. I mean, that took like at least 2 seconds for the red to actually animate off the screen because there was so much red. But here comes Pepperysplash coming right back. Hard knockdown. Reset the eddy gauge. Push you into the corner. Here we go. Goes for the command throw.
Command grab. Oh, that was so smart. Nubenheimer has a ton of resources to work with if they can get out of this, but so does Peppery. Yeah, we're gonna get. Not enough.
I thought he was gonna go for the shark. I mean the sword. Why wouldn't he go for the sword? That's gonna chop Eddie. That's gonna chop Eddie. What is happening here? I don't know. That is the most unfortunate timing. For some weird network interruption, both players are like, whoa, what do we do? All right, back into it. Goes for the command throw. Oh, my God.
Oh, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Burst!
Dude, that was the most unfortunate timing for a network hiccup. This is the most unfortunate timing.
The network said, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Dude. There is a Nubenheimer fan out there in the world watching this, and they're just like, send the packets! Send the packets!
Do it now!
But look, I mean, like I said, I talked about Nubenheimer and how he lost to Latif at Frosty Faustings. Maybe this is just karma? I don't know. So I'm wondering what they're going to do. I'm wondering what they're going to decide to do at this point in time. You see
I'm not sure. Oh, I love how both their avatars have the same hair and the same glasses.
Oh, that's funny.
That's so cute. That is precious.
We're more alike than you think. I am nothing like you. No, I'm just kidding. This is
okay, but the Pepperysplash one has orange hair, and that's just spectacular.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, Pepperysplash, he's definitely the redhead. So.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what.
Yeah, it looks like they're all double checking connections right now. It looks like so we're gonna make sure that everything has all of the things together. Okay, we're getting back into it. It's 2-2. My God, I just saw that Nubenheimer's like level 9,700 something on Nago.
Again, online. The fact that you can get that much matchup experience. Oh no, I saw the choppiness. At the start. So I wonder if they're gonna just keep going. Yeah, it looks like they're just gonna go. Okay, they're like, okay, everything's fine. Let's go back into the neutral here. Or maybe not. Maybe not.
We are waiting to see. Let's see. Yeah, so they were gonna try restarting, but let's see what we can do. You know, it happens. I mean, as much as we are excited about rollback, things just still can happen. And right now there are, so many different weather events that can affect all the connections. I mean, gosh, you guys in SoCal got snow. We, my area and the surrounding states, a lot of things have canceled school for tomorrow because of like high wind and flood damage.
So, I mean, I saw a video at my parents' house where it snowed, and I can tell you right now, I have never seen it snow at that house like in my entire lifetime. Like
that's just so bizarre.
It's crazy, and the rain over here is ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, obviously this is an online tournament. No netcode is going to solve the distance, right? It's the only way we can solve the distance, honestly, is just better infrastructure. If we can find a faster thing than fiber or whatever like that, that's going to solve that problem. But what's that?
I said, yay, fiber.
Oh, okay. Do you have fiber in your house?
I do.
Yeah. Same.
Oh, my God.
As a
got that, and I was like, where has this been all my life?
As streamers, and people who play fighting games online, we kind of have to have some good. But yeah, I mean, Sun Ace right now, Keem in the chat is saying that this might be a server issue as well. So for sure, definitely can happen. Oh yeah, that's right. Segue into the sponsored content, as Canary said. So. You know what I'm busting out again, right, Jalen? You know what I'm busting
I know
out?
what you're busting out again. I'm hungry.
Wow.
I'm so hungry. God dang it. That's
What
so
a
funny.
delish-
But
look
yeah.
at the funny shape of this. It looks like a cribbage pin or something like that, or something.
Oh, that is
like,
funny.
Yeah,
That's
but it's
adorable. I like that one.
It's also delicious. Just letting you know. So you know.
Oh my god, I love it so much. The ASMR bag sounds, you know what to do. Yeah, you can hear it. You can hear it. I know, it's like crisp. It's got that 4K in my ear that I'm just hearing it. It's like, yeah, that's good. We're gonna get back into it right now, but also shout outs to all of our sponsors that you've been seeing crawling at the bottom of the screen in the different segments, who have been doing a fabulous job sponsoring many of these players and giving them the opportunities to play in both online and offline events. And we are back into it, and it looks pretty good.
Yep. Here we go. They're just starting all over here. 2-2. First round here. This is either going to be a bracket reset or Pepperysplash will take this week.
I don't know. Oh my gosh, it's so nerve-wracking. Getting a lot of chip damage, almost like small hits out of Pepperysplash, but big combo coming in from Nubenheimer. Okay. We're stopping.
No. It's not a spectator thing. It's happening to them again.
Yeah. Somebody said that there may have just been a patch.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know though. So unfortunate. Oh, we just want to get the game. We're trying so hard. We are doing our best. You know, it does happen, and we want to see this as badly as you do. So, the patch dropped yesterday. Thank you, Dostra. The DOS loop is here. Thank you, DOS loop. I appreciate it. So hopefully everything gets put back together.
This is definitely an unfortunate situation, but again, this is the life of playing these online tournaments, right? I mean, again, as an older fellow in the FGC, it is one of the reasons why, you know, we do love the offline scene so much, you know, because it's not only just, you know, you don't get these lag situations, I mean, netcode situations here, but also it's such a different game when you're sitting next to someone and you feel the aura coming off of the other player that you're fighting against. You know, it's a different kind of feel for sure.
It is. It really, really is. It's wild too, for like not just as a player but as a spectator, because it's so fun. I mean, I love getting to talk to you guys in chat and seeing what everybody says and being like, oh, this is so cool. And I can see, you know, people who come to different streams, like my stream or your stream, and like everybody's hanging out and having a good time. So shout out to you guys for being amazing and keeping this all together. But when you're at an event and you're leaning over and like, yeah, I used to talk about this guy when they were young and blah blah blah, and like you're just screaming and it's great. You know, it's just there's a lot of energy that can be held in that space. The craziest thing to me is like when you are spectating at a large event or watching online. So for a long time, and James knows this, both me and my husband, we would just watch events for for a solid 9 years, and you hear people in the crowd reacting all very specifically and at the same time. But then the first time we came to an event, you just feel that because it's this universal reaction to being like, oh, like when somebody gets hit, or everybody gasps, and that sort of builds and the tension builds and it's the excitement, and it's just so cool. So, and I'm trying to make this call as many times as I can. If you are waiting for your sign to go to an offline event, this is it. I am giving you permission. Go to an offline event.
Yeah, and you know what? The other thing too is a lot of people are like, oh man, go to offline, but I don't want to go because I'm just going to go 0-2 and you don't even have to enter, to be honest with you. Just go, hang out, absorb the environment. And, you know, honestly, especially with a job like the Hado has done, Evo is a great place to start. There's so much to do there. I love the Artist Alley. They have the arcade there, which is just free to play and stuff. And then that feeling that you were describing, you know, about that whole when everyone's cheering for the same thing. When it's in the Mandalay Bay, in that giant arena, like...
Oh my God, it was wild.
Yeah, it is something crazy. And, you know, it's cool because I'm sure a lot of us who play fighting games are used to the fact that a lot of people that you hang out with don't know anything about fighting games.
Yes, it's very true.
Right? And so all of a sudden you're in this building with thousands of people who all will go, oh my God, at the same things that you do. It's absolutely, it changes your life, honestly.
It does.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, you're in a room with thousands of other people who are there for the exact same reason you are, and that is the most insane feeling, because so many of us, like you're saying, go through our day-to-day life where we don't have that connection. I mean, maybe we do with one or two other people, but the vast majority of the people that we spend time with don't understand the sort of drive and hunger that we have for games, for gaming, and for fighting games specifically. And there are so many like pieces of terminology and colloquialisms that we use on a daily basis. And then people look at you like, what are you talking about? What are you doing? And then you go to these events and the overwhelming feeling of being accepted and like having especially at events that are 24 hours a day, you can find somebody who's like, hey bro, want to fight? Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, let's go. And you just have that connection, and you can meet so many like-minded people who, while still, you know, getting to experience our differences through the kinds of games that we like, you get to have these unifying moments over those grand finals, over like the double KO moment at Combo Breaker last year, where the sound system was so good that you felt every happy chaos shot rocketing through your ribcage.
That's right.
Being in the Mandalay Bay Arena when you're seeing all of those amazing top eights happen. Being even in like just the Mandalay Bay Convention Center for the top eights as well. Hearing just the way that that entire hall rattles all the way to the ceiling with the excitement. It's amazing.
And one of the funniest ones too is that sometimes it's even something as simple as geese being revealed in Tekken. Like, I don't know if you were in the arena for that one, but
I was
okay. That one, I mean, that was probably one of the craziest, loudest, most explosive situations. And again, you know, it's because you're in an arena with so many people that enjoy the things that you do out there, you know, that you've got this arena full of everyone who can be excited that Geese is in Tekken. But again, you know, that's our goal as commentators, as content creators, dude. We're trying to make it so that everybody knows fighting games, and we all love fighting games, right? That's the goal.
I love something who's like, my favorite thing is AAA. Well, we're going to be getting a lot of that this year. Let's go.
Oh, man.
The perpetual question has been answered. When's Marvel? The first weekend in August.
Jeez.
First weekend in August.
If you guys... So a lot of people... Like, this is crazy to say, but a lot of people in the FGC are so young that they've never experienced Marvel tournaments. And you guys don't understand that Marvel just has a different energy. I can't explain it, but Marvel just has... It just creates something from people that no other game can do. I can't explain it.
No, I can't control it. Sorry, that's all I could think of for that part. No, I am thrilled. I am thrilled for the games that will be featured at EVO this year. I think it's going to be spectacular. And, you know, it's just so exciting. And if you did not go to EVO last year, if you didn't have the opportunity, and you do this year, please make plans to go, because it was such a fabulous showcase of what the FGC can be, and what we can continue to be and continue to grow, and which is just so cool. And like, it is a wild couple of days. Like, you're just sitting there and you're like, oh my God, this is real. And it's just this, it's a celebration of what we can do. And I like that leading up to that, we get to have events like Series E, where we get to have these, like, if that's like a celebration, we're having little birthday parties every week leading up to it, where we get to celebrate with the same players that we have here.
Yeah, and again, oh, hang on a second. Oh, wow. So they're just going to play, and if it lags, whatever, they're just going to keep going. That's apparently that's what the players have agreed to do. And so, you know what? Let's run it. Let's go.
Let's go. That's the fighting game spirit. They said we will embody the fighting game spirit. So we are going to get it. We're still at 2-2. Oh, man. It looks like Pep's birthday, the way he was cleaning up the bracket to Grands. It certainly does. But we're going to go ahead and get started right now. Despite everything, we are getting into it right now.
Yep, here we go. And oh boy, counter hit, big hit. This is damage. He is risking the explosion. He did it. He risked the explosion. Wow, he just went for it. He was like, you know what? In this lag, if it's going to be laggy, I'm just going for it. No fear. Oh, what a counter poke.
Oh my goodness. The PRC afterwards kept him safe. Pepperysplash is just blocking for his life. And then the walk-up grab.
Fast cancel. The fast cancel, and here we go, Nubenheimer at reset point.
Yeah, oh gosh, oh jeez. Oh, and I don't know, this could be, oh wow, I really love that sandwich. That was disgusting.
Yeah. Double overhead here, and remember, this is the difference between $300 and $150 right here. This is basically a $150 money match here. Oh no.
Oh no, but oh my God, wow, what a way to take advantage of that. Get slapped with a blood sword. That was incredible. I thought Nubenheimer was dead, but he took so much advantage of that.
Using the oppose, got the piercing, gonna use that for the pressure, the sword, yep, and now gonna be able to keep that pressure going. You are stuck in the corner. Try to bait out the bird. What? How did he recover in time? What an air throw by Pepperysplash! And now, tournament point for Pepperysplash and reset point for Nubenheimer.
This is incredible. They are playing out of their minds, and I cannot believe that Pepperysplash was able to get that air throw. That was insane. Okay, we do have the reset there from Nubenheimer. PRC going to be able to break the wall, and that is reset. We have a grand finals reset with a perfect.
There we go. We've got more Guilty Gear in the house for you guys. And yeah, I mean, we talked about the history. Those instant air throws are such a part of the heart of Guilty Gear's strategy in the history from Exert and XX. And because Pepperysplash is a player who's been playing Guilty Gear forever, that's just kind of like built into his veins, you know?
It is.
But Nubenheimer says, I don't care. I don't care if I'm new school, you're old school, whatever like that. I'm going to reset this bracket. I'm going to win this tournament. And let's see if Pepperysplash can stop him.
I don't know. This is crazy. I'm really glad that they did decide to play this out despite everything, because this is so much fun to watch, and it makes me really happy. Tap Dust into the RC. Could burst, but probably is going to save it for a later round, because it's very close to lights out at this point.
Yeah, unless all of a sudden Nubenheimer with the comebacks, maybe? Oh, the Hotashi just walks up, close slash. Oh, it's not over yet. It's still so scary.
It's terrifying. Uses the BRC. PRC afterwards, because they whiffed the grab. That's what it was. It was to keep them safe. Right. And then Pepperysplash said, I could do this. Maybe, possibly, nope.
And you blocked the YRC, and Nubenheimer with the comeback. You saw as soon as Pepperysplash unleashed Eddie, Nubenheimer went in with the clone into the Fukio follow-up to kill Eddie and just come right back in there. Nubenheimer with another Nubenheimer patented comeback here, but now Pepperysplash has all this corner pressure, but you have to understand, as Pepperysplash and as Nubenheimer, you're never out of a round. Just never.
No, absolutely not. And you have to keep that in mind. PRC comes out in another command grab from Pepperysplash. I like how he turns into the bat and just watches in the corner. Yeah. Did he do a move? That's a question. I don't know. No, he did not. And he did not have another RC to keep himself safe. The PRC comes out afterwards. He's not dead. Okay, now he's dead.
Okay, there we go. Pepperysplash now doesn't wait. Is this still game number 1? This is still game
This
number 1.
is still
right?
game
Yeah.
number 1.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, it's hard to keep track right now because
Agreed.
of everything that's been going on here. But Pepperysplash trying to get the lead here, trying to go up 1-0. But Nubenheimer
oh
wants
my
to
goodness.
do the same. I love the
Yeah.
check from the invite hell.
It was such a good check. I was just about to call that out. That invite hell was so smart to be able to do. The BRC comes out as well. I'm waiting for a command grab. Yep, there it is. I was like, it's going to come out soon.
Got the meter. He's got the meter for the burst. Actually just keeps the corner. Not going to try to go for a wall break combo. Gets the low. And actually, because of the counter hit on the crouching kick, he's able to link the the 5 Ps. And Pepperysplash does take game number 1. Excuse me. Oh.
Breathe. I'm too far away to administer any sort of medical help. Oh my goodness. Yes,
Hydrate.
please. Oh my
Hydrate.
God. Yeah, hydrate. Everybody. Oh, everybody hydrate. Okay, hydrate.
There you go. Perfect. Oh man.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. This is wild, and I love it, and I'm also stressed. I mean, that's like the great thing about commentary is you feel this in your bones, and you're like, I am so stressed for you right now.
I mean, in Street Fighter 6, that's one of my lines. It's just like, I'm so stressed out and I'm not even playing right now, you know?
Oh my God, that's so cute. I love it.
And the best part about it was when I was playing the beta, like, I heard myself say that, and I was like, I am playing right now! Shut up, James!
Shut up, me! That's so great. Oh, okay. Burst comes out from Peppery. Yeah, I mean, that was a lot of damage coming out of Nubenheimer. He got rid of Eddie as well and is taking advantage of it, but Pepperysplash blocking.
Nice escape. Wow. He read that. And he's going to get Eddie to the other side. Nubenheimer wasn't expecting that. And so he got the sandwich situation. And you see how well it pays off for him. He has meter for the RC. Should be able to get the kill. And yes, all from one situation where as soon as he called Eddie, he stole a turn by throwing Eddie to the other side of Nubenheimer to create the sandwich, and Nubenheimer did not check in between, and it led to that entire final sequence.
It was such smart, calculated gameplay from Peppery. I love when Zato goes backwards, he just points like, ha, can't get me. And, oh, good check there from Nubenheimer, and again, these invite hells are just sort of, they're just trying to see if Nubenheimer's putting out a button. That burst came out, and that is really unfortunate. That's going to give Pepperysplash pretty much everything they need to advance in this round. Not dead yet, Nubenheimer not out of it yet, but this is a really dire situation.
Oh, wow, he went for the 6K overhead? You never see any Zato players use that, but he went for it. Nubenheimer actually blocked it, but then actually got caught by a bunch of other parts of that mix-up. But you can block Zato all you want in the corner, but eventually you're going to get hit. You have to see if you can fight your way out, but it's so hard to get your way out there.
Jeez. And before you could blink, somebody said, how many seconds was that earlier? Not enough. Not enough seconds. Peppery is up too. Nubenheimer has to make some pretty drastic decision-making here and pretty huge changes because Peppery seems to have this on lock.
Yeah.
This is a great start, but again, burst from Peppery, very similar situation to the time this happened in the last game. But these backdashes really coming out. There was a lot of weird buttons. There was like a 6P and a double down in there that I'm not sure the Peppery meant to do.
Yeah, and also, of course, always big hearts and shout outs to Lost Soul in the chat. But was that actually a fuzzy? Was the slowdown off of the 6K able to give him that fuzzy setup? Is that how he got open? I missed that. But Lost Soul can confirm. But look at this Nubenheimer here with the big dash. No, not killed just yet.
No, not yet. BRC, there we go. There was a little bit of a clash there. That does round out that for Nubenheimer, but Pepperysplash, I mean, of course, still in this, is going to build up that burst as well during this round. Nubenheimer hasn't spent his, and you get the invite hell into the frog, into the quarter. Oh my goodness, the way that Pepperysplash uses Eddie is so good.
Yeah, I'm speaking of Marvel, the way he uses Eddie is so classic. Cover the assist and then attack and then cover the assist and then have the assist cover you and then you cover the assist and have the assist cover you. Like, he's so good at that part.
Yes, he is. That was a ton of damage out of Nubenheimer. Oh my gosh, Pepperysplash went in for the grab. Nubenheimer was too far away and was able to punish it. The burst that Peppery had just built back up was spent there. Nubenheimer in an incredibly advantageous position, and Peppery knows because he just got Eddie back right then. And as soon as he did, immediately calls him, jumps in.
Okay.
This is a big combo.
He's probably going to go for the sword here. Yep. Get the hard knockdown, and here we go. But like I always say, almost virtually guaranteed to get the corner here. Gonna go for the standard setup. There we go. What a YRC into command grab! You are insane!
Yes. Yes, he is. And this is why Nubenheimer is one of your Arc Revo finalists. Tune in next week where you can see them. I'm sorry. I was just like, good Lord, that was absurd.
Oh my God, Nubenheimer. I mean, you kind of had to have known that YRC was coming. Pepperysplash did not manage to bait it out, but then Nubenheimer just going for the command throw, because that's not real, right? You could definitely interrupt that or maybe jump away at least, but man, Nubenheimer knew Pepperysplash was just going to be standing still. Beautiful stuff.
That was gorgeous from Nubenheimer. Very well executed. And now could be making this comeback very similar to how they did in the first set of the grand finals before this reset. But Pepperysplash said, no, please, I would like to have my turn now, thank you. And is going to push Nubenheimer back into the corner. The BRC comes out, yeah, go ahead, spend it.
How does that resolve? Zato, though.
No?
It's going to hit Zato.
Okay.
Yeah, but obviously, you know, these are network issues. They said they're going to play through them, so it's unfortunate that it's happening. But Nubenheimer is going to take advantage of it and take that first round. And is Nubenheimer going to do this again? Is he going to try to come back and make this crazy comeback from being down 0-2? He did that earlier in the tournament versus Romola, and is going to be trying to do that again against Pepperysplash.
Is it the Canadian buff? Is that they have to go down 2 before they end up winning? I don't know. But Nubenheimer is now taking the brunt of the damage from Pepperysplash. Gets the command grab. Now, I'm curious what the follow-up is going to be. Oh, my heavens. Yeah, Peppery definitely stuck out a button.
Yeah, the follow-up is get hit! Get hit! And look at this damage from Nubenheimer here. And here comes the Nagora Yuki. Oh, throwing out the oppose. Oh, yeah, he knew he was going to chain it because he wanted to hit the second hit of oppose. That is definitely some galaxy brain decisions by Pepperysplash. Wow.
I am so impressed. That was incredible. I love that. Didn't get the extra little bit of damage there. Oh. Finally opens up Nubenheimer. I'm surprised that Peppery spent as much as they did on that. Doesn't matter because you built another 50% tension during that combo. And now Nubenheimer has a heck of a hill to climb, but Pepperysplash is on the train and is going to the station. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he just needs that little bit of damage over here. Oh, no. Whoa! Whoa, okay. That was a spike on our side, but not on their side then, because they're clearly still playing over here. And Nubenheimer is still trying to make this comeback. Pepperysplash, if he wins this round, he wins the tournament. He did the super! He just did it! He just did it! And there it is! Pepperysplash is going to win by just doing getting hit through the wall and just going straight into the super. Let's go.
I am so glad that they played that out because that was a spectacular end to tonight's Series E. I want to, before we celebrate all of the top players here, just as a reminder, if you joined us late, let me break down the 16 players who were in this bracket tonight that all of these players had to defeat. We had UMISHO, Lapriz, MFCR, Marvello, Bean, Romola, Peppery, Hotashi, Nubenheimer, Yurikov, Nitro, New York, Aaron demac, Razzo, Red Ditto, Adventure, and Stealthy.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous bracket, but again, that's why we nicknamed this event Serious E, because every match gets serious over here, and it's so wonderful to see. And again, shout outs to all the players that participate week after week, and it is such a wonderful place for you to get that practice and just to become stronger of a player over here. And I love it. I love watching it. Again, it's where a lot of my belief in how strong the U.S. players are here for Guilty Gear. It's because I watch these guys be amazing every week, and it's hard not to root for these guys when you watch this every week, right? It's
right.
You want to go get behind these players because they're so amazing. So again, shout outs not only to you guys at home for watching here and joining us week after week, but shout outs to the players for playing all the time.
Yes, it was absolutely incredibly. Want to once again congratulate Pepperysplash on their win today. Nubenheimer for taking second, Razzo in third, Marvello in fourth. That's going to wrap it up for me and James here, and we're going to throw it over to the one wonderful Yeso to finish it out for us tonight.
Have a good night, guys.
Thank you to both James and Jadalyn. Great call all through the bracket. So many fun sets, and y'all brought a ton of knowledge, energy, and passion, and it's always a pleasure to watch. You're both, pros, and very excited to see, just continuing to see both of you, say Cola, and everybody else all throughout the rest of the season. But Pepperysplash with the win, and I just want to tip my cap to both players here, Nubenheimer and Pepperysplash. I know that, unfortunately, with some spikes there, some not, the best connection, and it's not the ideal environment that both of those players want to play in, but they powered through. They delivered a very entertaining grand final and grand finals reset. So just want to tip my cap to both of those competitors for fighting through some tougher conditions and still playing some great Guilty Gear and entertaining all of us here. Of course, congratulations to Pepperysplash, but also a hell of a run there from Nubenheimer through the losers bracket. Of course, both of my predictions for winners semifinals being completely wrong, with Razzo and Pepperysplash winning and Nubenheimer having to battle through some very tough opponents on that lower side of the bracket. Gets it done, gets that matchup with Pepperysplash, and while unfortunately unable to get the win, still showing up very, very strong deep in this bracket. That is going to do it, though, for us tonight, folks. Thanks so much for coming to hang out, and I hope you enjoyed the show as much as we did. A reminder, Multiverses tomorrow, 4 p.m. Pacific time. Be right here. I'll be here to join you all and watch all of that great action. And otherwise, have a wonderful rest of your night. Have a great weekend. And for myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena, thanks so much for hanging out. We'll see you later.